and then you're live. And same with that one. There's one over there.
For peak speakers in the crowd, right?
Hey, Alejandro, Michael, are you guys there? Are there Dots employees on the line?
There
Yep.
are, what do you need?
Hey, I have one more room that is not yet in the Zoom. Can you let me in?
What's the name of that room?
It should be conference room, the Atwood conference room.
Is it the uh, AKNB maybe?
And that's it now.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay, just a quick heads up here from Dots. We'll be opening up the waiting room to the folks online now, so they'll be coming in momentarily.
And then you're live. Volume controls are over there. I wouldn't mess with the mic controls too much because this is pretty, and then you feedback loop.
Hello, hello. Is it working? Thank you. We'll be starting the meeting in 1 minute with the beginning of the posting of the colors. Thank you. Thank you. We'll be starting in a minute with the meeting. Please be ready. We'll begin by posting the colors. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise with the posting of the colors. Thank you, gentlemen.
Is it on now? Thank you. Well, welcome everybody to our 110th years as the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood. I'd like to start, first of all, how are we doing? Can you hear all right? Well, I'm getting a static. Here. Is that it? Yeah, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, testing. Got it. I think we're back in order again. Again, I'd like to welcome everybody here, and I'd like to also thank the Ahtna Nation for letting us have our meeting on their land. And I hope that we all have had an opportunity for a great breakfast and a good start here. I think, as all of you know, we're here to listen to each other and to ask questions. And hopefully by those, we'll have an opportunity to find and look for ways of solving some of those areas of concerns that we do have. I think one of the key points I'm hoping that we will have is that we'll have, when we leave here, that we'll have a plan as to where we want to go from here. I think that is even a missing link to a lot of things that we have. And so the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood will have that opportunity to move ahead. And I want to again welcome you here. I think to start this, we're going to ask our chaplain to bring us in with a prayer.
Thank you, Grand President Marcelo Quinto. Could you join me in a moment of prayer? O gracious Creator, whom made everything that we walk on, everything that we do, everything that we greet and do the work, O Creator, you have given this charge to us. Our ancestors followed faithfully as we now today follow faithfully to the opening of this 110th convention of the ANB and ANS. We ask, O Creator, that you bless each family that's represented here and online Zooming, that they be blessed with your gracious love, that we may be led further to do not our work, but your work. And we ask, O Lord, that brotherly love be shown to each and every one of us, that we graciously work constantly from dawn to dusk in the wee hours of the morning, asking sustaining spiritual power to our elected current leaders and those who are going to be elected in this convention. Bless each delegate's family. Some of us are hurting. Some of us are going through some trying times, and we ask that you would smooth the turmoil in our lives. And we ask, O Lord, that your spirit reigns supreme over these duties as we go through these days. For we would graciously ask this in the name of your beloved Son, our Savior. We ask this. Amen.
Does somebody have the words to our onward Christian soldiers? Paulette, you have it. Thank you. I'm not sure if everybody has a copy, but please ask you to stand while we sing our honored Christian soldiers. Ask my brother Eric to come up here and help me here. Paulette, or do you want to come join us? No. Gotta have a sister up there, right?
Right.
Thank you. Okay. Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war, with the cross of Jesus going on before. Christ the royal master leads against the foe. Forward into battle, see his banner go. Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war. With the cross of Jesus going on before.
Sisterhood.
Where the saints have trod, we are not divided, all one body we, one in hope and doctrine, one in charity.
Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war. With the cross of Jesus going on before.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
To me. And we'll call this meeting to order. Give us a minute. I need to get the appointments. I tell you, it's okay for that. All right. But if you want a new song, find one. I'm
We have
serious.
an entrance song, it's a cultural song, it's an everyone song.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, it needs to be brought up. Yeah, that's fine.
We can look at it printed, and
Oh, what?
we need to get that printed up. for the-
Okay.
so we can take it just a-
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, excuse me. We're going to take a few minute break. We have to get our appointments printed so that we can hand them out. So have another cup of coffee. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's this. Yeah, something like that. Testing. Yeah, that's strange. Well, that's weird. As soon as it stands out here.
Testing. Can I have your attention? We got a few technical difficulties that we're trying to deal with, so we want to move on because we do have a full schedule and that we have guests that are going to be coming in to speak to us. I think, first of all, again, I'd like to welcome everybody here, but I also would like to mention to the audience here that our virtual participants have, the last count was about 35, and it may be growing, which is really amazing to me. And I'm really happy, and I want to welcome all of those people that are on virtually. You know, we think it's important that you're here and doing this, and that it's another opportunity for us to reach out to our brothers and sisters and find out what areas of concern that they have. And I believe that with that, you know, we have the opportunity to grow our organization and make sure that it is easier for them to participate in our programs. And I think that as we move on, our camps, you know, we have been in June, our Camp 70 has been doing virtual meetings, and it has worked out very well for us. We hope that others will take that example and move on. And I think it really works great. And I want to welcome not only the participants here in Anchorage, but certainly our people who are on virtual. Thank you very much. Yep. We're moving. Hello. Testing. Pardon. Did they put up a copy of the agenda? Oh, okay. I think our people who are dealing with our computers, I'm not certain as to where they are at with that yet, but we will not forget her. Yeah, I like also you people here to bear with us. This is a obviously the only second time we've had to deal with this virtual, and there are an awful lot of areas that we have to deal with that we haven't done before. And so please be patient, and hopefully that, you know, by the end of this convention, we'll have a way and a manner that'll smooth out our operation. But right now, everything's a testing. So be patient, and we'll try to get through this. All right. Thank you. Yes, go ahead. We have.
Thank you, Brother Quinto. Carol Lewis, Camp 5 Haynes ANS member and also ANS Grant Secretary. We have a preliminary credentials report because of people still.
We're losing you.
What?
Okay.
We have. Thank you. Brother Quinto, thank you. Carol Dewis, ANS Grand Secretary. This is a preliminary credentials report. As of 9 a.m. this morning, October 6th, 2022, we have 17 A and B delegates, and we have 14 ANS delegates. There are more arriving by emails, for instance, the Klawak camp, and both the current and the past ANS Grand Presidents had to help their local camps complete their registration. So be patient with us, as he just asked, because this is preliminary, but 17 A and B, 14 ANS. Thank you.
Testing. We're going to move on with our agenda. We do have people coming in to speak to us, and we don't want to hold them up. So I'm running over and asking Paul, who's been the most helpful to put this convention on, and he's also part of Camp 87, will do the welcome for the local camp. Is that correct? Yeah.
Sorry. Let's keep these on. You're waiting for him to block you up. Okay. All right. Good morning, brothers and sisters, and in person, as well as those attending online. I'd like to introduce our Camp 87 ANS president, Mary Suits Marino. She will do their opening welcome, and we'll do our welcome as well.
Thank you, Brother Paul. Mayor Marino Suits, Yuhat Duasap, Klinkit Kena, Yuhat Duasap, Kinedi Nahatati, Aliu Yadi Hatati, Shikakwan, Ayahat, Anchorage Kayetiti, Gunachish. I said my name is Mayor Marino Suits. I am from Anchorage. My family is from Sitka, Wrangell, and Yakutat. I was born and raised here in Anchorage, and we are part of the Anchorage host for this year. Thank you so much. And I want to thank the traditional Athabascan and Dinaina tribes for allowing us to be on this land and as stewards of this land and area. We want to thank all of the volunteers that have already helped for this convention and all year long. And we want to thank the facilities and our cleanup crew last year. It was so great to see so many great faces already willing to help and jump in. And we had a really great time last night with one of the volunteers who stepped right up. Her name is Emma. She was so sweet. She was up on the ladder already last night. And I want to thank our youth, our junior ANS members, who are our future as well. We're going to be having our local junior ANS youth rep join us soon. And we'll have a special treat later today. I want to thank everybody that is here in person and online, and we welcome you to this convention. Gunachish.
Gunachish, sister. Great. Good morning. My name is Paul Johnson. I'm the vice president of your local host camp, Camp 87. I'm also second grand vice president of A&B Grand Camp. First of all, I'd like to apologize for the confusion this morning to accommodate the visiting camps. the pickup bus from the hotel will be arriving or departing at 7 a.m. rather than 6:15. We had some problem with the doors being locked this morning, so not intentional. We appreciate your patience as we're going through this. Some housekeeping business. In the unlikely event of a fire, if you are in this half of the room, we'd ask that you use that fire exit unless you have a need for a wheelchair or special assistance. Everybody on this side of the room, please use that fire exit. If you need elevator assistance, it's going to be there. They always tell you not to take the elevator in the event of a fire, but obviously we know those situations. I'd like to also, with permission of President Leggett, I'd like to acknowledge the Dina Aina people of Eklutna as we are doing business on their land. They're the traditional landowners. I'd also like to thank our majority sponsor, Sea Alaska, which sponsored this facility, your meals, and a lot of the support services offered by Camp 87, as well as our associate sponsors, the Connect Tribal Council, which we sponsored the printing of the program booklet, which will be here within the hour, Clinton Haida Central Council, and of course, Alaska Pacific University for their staff and their facilities. I do have some news of the day. This morning, the first Native American woman was launched into space as an astronaut. So there's great things happening. And I thought that would be a nice way to start the convention out. And the last part is, as you'd realize, these conventions, if you've ever hosted them or ran them, in-person ones have their own challenges, virtual ones have their own challenges. We are dealing with both. So we would like to appreciate your patience. If there's a technical issue, we have folks that can assist with that. If there's anything with the facilities, please reach out to myself or Mr. Alistair Dunbar in the corner with the blue shirt. Welcome, everyone. Buenas noches.
Yeah. As to ask President Daphne if you can help me. We need to approve the agenda. So if you can bring it up, call for it. We need to have someone in second us. We need approval of the agenda. Is there a motion by Paulette to the second? Your second? Thank you. It's been moved in second. Discussion. Welcome. So do you want to bring that up at this time? The bylaw change, is that what you say? Or the agenda change? Is the agenda, right?
Discussion for the agenda. It would be up to you to decide when we should do that, but I want to make sure we plan for it today. It is important for our action.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? Great, thank you. So the topic is to add the bylaw change that was submitted in a timely manner to the agenda. And I recommend just adding it at 2:35 just before the resolutions. Is there any objection? With no objection, so ordered, we'll add that the bylaws at 2:35.
So we've moved and seconded the agenda approval. Is there any discussion? Yeah. Question's been called. All in favor signify saying aye. All opposed, the same sign. The motion passed.
Good morning. All right. ANS Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson, or excuse me, AMB Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson, ANS Grand President Emeritus Ethel Lund, AMB Grand President Marcelo Quinto, AMB Executive Committee members and officers, ANS Executive Committee members and officers, delegates, brothers and sisters. On behalf of the Alaska Native Sisterhood, we welcome you to our 110th AMB and ANS Grand Camp Convention. We thank the Anchorage Camp 87 for hosting this convention, and we acknowledge the months of planning, of coordination, and all the work that went into this. And we thank you for your thoughtfulness and for all the time you have graciously given on behalf of Grand Camp. Delegates are attending the convention both virtually and in person to represent your local camps and communities. We've been looking forward to this week. We were just happy to get together to greet each other and to share their smiles and share your full hearts. And we thank you for attending. We come together to share knowledge, to listen, to work in unison for the betterment of our people. I look forward to a productive and successful convention. Gunak Jish.
Thank you very much, President Daphne. I did bring a welcome to people earlier this morning, but I had failed to recognize our virtual participants, but I want to do that. As President Daphne has done, she's gone through welcoming all the executive committee and the past president. And I got to tell you, and I want to tell you today, we've listened and I've been to many of the conventions. Takes you 20 minutes to welcome every president, past president, and director before. I really think that should be done once in the morning and that we continue. And I think that it's a something that we've done all the time, but I think we can move along a lot faster if we have welcomed everybody here. And that's really all I want to do is welcome everybody, make sure that everybody is heard, that they have their positions and their discussions are listened to. So with that, and certainly the people who are on virtually, welcome to all of you, and I hope you have a good time at this convention. And I hope that we come out with a plan that's going to help solve some of the issues that we're bringing up here today. Thank you very much. Heather, you got a minute. Justin, hello. We're going to take a minute. What we're trying to do is get the list of the appointments for the committees. So you give us a couple minutes. Appreciate it very much. Thank you. Hello, they've asked that we do the dots run through. So while we're trying to put together the committee assignments, we'll give them that opportunity.
Great. So
Yes.
thank you. Oh, hello. Thank you very much. This is Michael from DOTS or Data on the Spot. We're just going to run through a few sort of general meeting tips for those who are attending virtually. And we're also going to go through the voting process just for when it comes time to casting a vote, which we're also going to do during this training session. We're just going to open up a vote for quorum, which will signify your presence in the meeting today. So just to start with the Zoom meeting itself, just a few notes. You'll remain muted until you're called upon to speak. So if you have a question or a comment, please raise your virtual hand. That will allow us to see that you wish to speak, and then we can call on you in order. We're also asking that you rename yourself to your full name as well as your local camp number. We may reach out to you in the chat if we notice your name is something different than your full name, just to give you a hand renaming yourself to that convention so that we can identify everyone. And just one last little tip, if there's multiple people watching from the same household, just make sure your computers are spaced far enough apart or that you're using headphones. Otherwise, there can be some echo. So just back to the name convention, we're just asking that everyone renames themselves as their full name and their local camp number as seen here. And we'll just go over a few slides that'll show you how to do that. So basically, you're going to go down to the bottom of your Zoom meeting, click on the participants icon, then you're going to look for your name, and then just click on rename, and it'll allow you to change your screen name. On an iPhone, it looks slightly different. Same idea though. There's a participants button towards the bottom of your phone, and then the rename option should pop up once you hover over your name. Participating in discussions. So as I mentioned before, we're asking that you raise your hand to be put on a speakers list. Once you're recognized by the chair, we will allow you to unmute. And at that point, you can unmute yourself and ask your question or your comment. To move or second a motion, you can also use this raised hand feature. If the only exception to all of these things is if you do have a point of order or privilege, please mention that in the chat as well. That'll allow us to interrupt the proceedings and let you speak. So once again, raising your hand, just on an iPhone, it's towards the bottom. You may have to use the more icon, but same idea. You just look for that raise hand option and that'll put up your hand and indicate that you would wish to speak. If you are dialing in with a telephone, you dial *9 to raise your hand, and then *6 to unmute yourself. So at lunchtime, I believe we have a couple of breakout rooms happening. So just a quick review of how to join a breakout room. When the time comes, a dialog box will pop up. You will be allowed to join the room of your choice. And then all you have to do is click on the join button to the right of the room name. And this is basically what it looks like on a phone. Again, you're just looking for the breakout room button at the bottom, and then choose the room of your choice. And then for chatting, you just use the chat icon at the bottom, and that'll open up a window towards the side of your Zoom meeting. And there you can chat to us, you can chat to everyone, or you can also send direct messages to people. On an iPhone, it looks something like this. Same idea, just look for the chat button at the bottom of the screen. And so now we are going into the voting process. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually open up the quorum vote. So there is now a ballot open for everyone. So what we're asking you to do is navigate to your voting platform and cast your vote on that quorum vote. So it's now open. We're going to go through some slides and just sort of review this process. But at any point, you can log into your account and you can cast your vote for presence. It's a very simple ballot that just has one option that says, I am present. So you're going to be looking, actually, Alejandro, could you go back one slide, please? So you're looking for an email from us, from credentials@dataonthespot.com. There's a few things in that email. There's the link to vote, which we're also posting in the chat whenever we go to a vote. And then there's your ID and password. We recommend that you write down your elector ID and password, just so you have it handy, makes it for easy reference. And also in that email, there's a longer link that will automatically log you in with those credentials. So once you're logged in, first you're going to see the login page. Here you'll enter your unique credentials, your ID and your password. Once you click login, you'll see a page like this. If there are no current ballots open, and then once a ballot is open, you can just click next vote and it will appear as a blue link. So right now when you log in, there should be a blue link that says vote now, quorum vote October 6th. So this is the ballot that we've opened right now for presence. So once you vote, you need to click continue. If you do wish to abstain, just make no selection and then click continue. Otherwise, make your selection, click continue, and then you have to confirm your answer in the next screen. So it's a two-step process. Once you've confirmed, then you're going to see a message like this, a green check mark with the word success. Once you see that, you know that your ballot has been cast. And at this point, you can navigate back to the Zoom meeting and listen to the rest of the proceedings and wait for the next question to be called. So that's about it. As I mentioned, we are going to leave this ballot open for a little while. We strongly encourage everyone online, as well as those in the meeting itself, to go ahead and log into your voting account, cast your vote for presence. Once again, it's quorum vote October 6th that you're looking for. And then, as I mentioned before, we've got our support information in the chat there. You can email us at credentials@dataonthespot.com. You can also give us a call at 1-833-123 if you're having any issues finding your credentials or just general assistance voting. Please don't hesitate to reach out. So we're going to go ahead and leave this quorum vote open for another minute or two and let anyone who has any issues or anything they need to check with us, we'll give them a chance to get those issues sorted out. So as I mentioned, we'll leave this open for a couple minutes, but just let us know if you have any issues. Please don't hesitate to reach out. You can even chat us. There's a whole bunch of us in the meeting right now. We all have dots at the start of our name. So you can just send us a quick message and we can help you out. And I do also see, just as a note, I do see a hand up from, I believe it's Yale Atui, A and B Camp 14. So perhaps we'll let them unmute and they can speak while we go through this process.
Mr. Chair. Excuse
Go
me,
ahead.
Madam Chair. I have a feeling when you're muting us, and if I have something to say, I'm pretty tech savvy enough to unmute myself and call Madam Chair and wait to be addressed. I'm afraid by forcefully muting us and asking dots for permission to unmute, it's going to restrict our action on the floor as if we were to be there in person. So I feel like if they want to mute people, the ones that forget to remute themselves after they speak, that seems acceptable. But I feel like if I have to go through dots to be unmuted, then I'm going to be unheard, which makes me feel like it's violating the Robert's Rules of Order virtual edition.
Thank you for bringing that up. We will discuss this and get right back to you, okay?
Sheesh.
Thank you.
Earlier that we should probably hold off until we get all of our delegates logged on, and I would also like to be interviewing our delegates. Take that into consideration. They're all not fully being represented. I'll see by what that representative just said. Voices are being silenced through being not being able to.
Thank you. So we will address a couple of things. Thank you. We are currently still in the process of getting everybody registered, going through credentials. This is why we opened registration early this morning, and we did have a training session last week. So we appreciate your patience as we work to get everybody processed. It is a long process to make sure that they are credentialed properly and given proper access to the online platforms. And as for people being silenced, we will open everything up for discussion, whether you are online or in person. Everybody is required to wait until they are acknowledged before they speak. This is a regular process, and there is no silencing involved. So we thank you for your appreciation. We thank you for your respectful comments, and we appreciate your time, and we will be back on schedule soon. So thank you. Sister Carol?
I do not believe that the previous speaker, the virtual speaker, identified herself. For the minutes, I would like to have that information. I would like to remind everybody that they need to tell us who they are and what camp they are calling from. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Right. Right.
Since Carol Lewis, ANS Grant Secretary and member of the Credentials Committee, since the preliminary report that I gave earlier, we have had Joe Williams and Trudy Swink both from Camp 15 register. So that ups the A and B numbers and the ANS numbers by 1 each.
Madam Chair, we're sending the final emails over to data on the spot. An email has been sent out with the virtual link for all delegates and alternates. And again, Madam President, we're getting reports as we talk. So we are trying our best to facilitate everybody. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Visual issues, we would, if it if it may, whether you're in person or virtual, this is Tam Alziut, ANB Grand Secretary. Please identify who you are, only not just for the recording, but again, for anyone who does have sight difficulty, they'll at least know. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, this is Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2.
Sister Rhonda?
Thank you. I just received the virtual link and am now just signing on, and I was not privy to the enrollment or the roll call process. Can you please verify how to vote for my attendance on the roll call? Thank you.
Thank you. With your credentials, you should have received your voting information. It should be in the email that you received to be able to gain access to the meeting.
I just received a link, Madam Chair. That is it. And I just received it just minutes ago.
Thank you. If we can ask Dots to help Rhonda Butler.
Yeah, for sure. We're just, I believe we're just awaiting an update of some emails. So once we get that, we will put that into our lists and email everyone at their credentials at the email provided. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
And once again, just a reminder from Dots, for even for those in person, we are asking that you go and cast your ballot for presence. So you're gonna wanna find that email from us again and go to the voting website and enter in your ID and password and cast your vote for presence in the quorum vote. Just a note, we are expecting some updates shortly. Once we get those, we will get those into our system as soon as possible and email out those who have just registered or who have just had their name added to the list. So that'll take us a few minutes, but we're still just awaiting those updates. So we'll keep you apprised on that. And in the meantime, anyone who hasn't voted, please go ahead and do that now. Once again, you're looking for the vote that says vote now, quorum vote October 6th.
Have your attention for a minute, please. I think that since time is really pressing, I want to give the committee assignments before we have our speakers come in, which will be very shortly. On the committee on committees, I'd add that Heather Gurko and Bev Russell, Chair, resolutions, Heather Gurko and Bev Russell. Elections, Joe Williams, parliamentarian, Sasha Sobolov. Resolutions Committee Chair and Co-Chair. Fisheries and Wildlife, Paulette Marino and Paul Johnson. Health Education, Heather Powell. Veterans, Frank Alvey. State and Federal, Paulette Marino and Constitution, Sasha Sobolov. We have the chaplain for A and B is Sasha Sobolov and the ANS chaplain, Janice Jackson. Thank you. Testing. Okay. Can I have your attention, please? The Senator Murkowski's office is running a little late, but we do have a video of Senator Sullivan. So we'd like to start with that. Could I have your attention, please? Thank you very much.
Greetings, Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood, and it's an honor for me to be able to speak at your annual convention. I want to begin by thanking Grand Presidents Marcelo Quinto and Daphne Albee, the Grand Officers in the entire Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood for all that you do, not just for Alaska Native people, but for our whole state. You have been an example, your organizations have been an example for well over 100 years on working together, bringing respect to all groups in service. And I personally want to thank you. I also want to thank you for being on the front lines in the last 2 years during the very challenging times we had in Alaska, in rural Alaska, heck, throughout the entire country with regard to the COVID-19 pandemic. Your leadership, all of your leadership helped us get through those very challenging times. And I'm glad to say we are finally turning the page on that challenging time for Alaska and for America. I don't have to tell you all this, but the story of the formation of the ANB and ANS is literally one for the ages and should be used all across the country, all across America, as a model for powerful, respectful advocacy, which is what all of you have represented again for over 100 years. I also want to thank you for being for the honor of being inducted into A&B Camp 76, Teneke Springs in 2014 by Sasha and other members of the Sobolov family. I have continued to be so honored by that induction and being part of that A&B camp that I just can't tell you how much it means to me and Sasha or other members of the Sobolov family. I hope you're at this convention. From the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you for that great honor. So let me talk about a couple of things that are going on in Washington, D.C. that I think you'll recognize as important for the organizations that all of you are so dedicated to. First, with regard to broadband and internet connectivity, we have an opportunity in Alaska, particularly our rural communities, to finally achieve in the next 5 years something that so many of us have been working on for decades, and that is full internet connectivity, broadband connectivity for every village, every community in our state. With the bipartisan infrastructure bill, several other programs from USDA and the Federal Communications Commission, we are expecting in the next 5 years probably to receive upwards of $5 billion or perhaps even more for Alaska to connect our communities. This is why I hosted a summit in Anchorage, Alaska, in Anchorage over August for all the stakeholders, all the federal officials who are in charge of these funds to come to Alaska, get out to our communities and see how we need to coordinate and work together on deploying these funds to finally wire every community. Think what we can do in terms of education, in terms of telehealth, in terms of small businesses. So we are working hard on that. We want all of you to be involved, but stay tuned. That is an exciting goal that we have put forward, and I believe we actually have the funds to do it. Another issue that I wanted to raise, because I know it matters to so many of you, is the implementation on my legislation that passed a few years ago on the Alaska Native Vietnam Veterans Native Allotment Act. You know, there's been a frustration here, and it frustrates me to no end because my bill originally tried to get Vietnam veterans who missed their opportunity to apply for an allotment because they were serving their country when, let's face it, most men, not most, but many men in America were avoiding service during the Vietnam War, to enable you to get that allotment that was yours under the 1906 Native Allotment Act. Unfortunately, in places like Southeast and the North Slope, my legislation has been limited in terms of the land that can be selected, but I and Senator Murkowski have reintroduced legislation to open up Native allotment lands for selection in Southeast, in the Tongass, and on the North Slope. Stay tuned for that. This is an issue I am so passionate about because of what all of so many of you represent. What is that? Special patriotism, which is what you represent. I love to brag about Alaska having more veterans than any other state per capita in the country, but Alaska Natives also have this place of honor, serving at higher rates in the military than any other ethnic group in the country. I know so many of you are veterans or families of veterans, so thank you for your incredible service. As long as I'm your senator, I'm going to keep fighting for this issue every single day. You know, speaking of veterans, my wife Julie and I had one of the greatest days, and I'm not exaggerating, one of the most meaningful days of my entire Senate career. And it was traveling to Metlakatla to attend the dedication of the VA, Veterans Administration Cemetery on Metlakatla. Metlakatla is, again, one of those communities with an incredible legacy and heritage of military service and veterans. And I was honored to work together with the leadership in Metlakatla over the last several years to get the VA to fund a project well over $1 million to set up and finally establish a dignified resting place for the legendary veterans of this patriotic community in Alaska who sacrificed so much for our country, for our freedoms, for all Americans. We have that now. If you haven't visited the Metlakatla Cemetery, I strongly recommend you do. It is a beautiful, fitting, dignified place, and the ceremony dedicating that cemetery that Julie and I attended was magnificent. The sun was gorgeous. As a matter of fact, I got sunburned that day. It was just a fantastic ceremony, and to our veterans and leaders and community members of Metlakatla, thank you again for an incredible day there that Julie and I and some of my team had. There was several hundred people who came out for that dedication, and it was just so special, so very meaningful. Finally, I want to talk just briefly about the theme of your conference today, which is advocating civil rights for all. Your organizations have a rich, very important legacy of bringing people together towards a shared goal. And unfortunately, we are experiencing a bit of I would say, pressure from outside groups in the halls of Washington to start splitting apart some of our Native communities, some of our Native organizations, trying to put people in different boxes. This is something that I do not agree with at all, particularly those who are trying to do that with regard to different Alaska Native organizations. You know, the Alaska Native people are recognized within the law and within federal law in ways that are different in many ways from the lower 48, but that doesn't mean it's less. And so this is an issue that I'm going to keep working on as your senator. Sadly, there are some forces that are trying to divide when we should be uniting these communities. And I'm going to need your help and support in these efforts. But I want to end by ending where I began, which is thank you for your legacy, for your great work, for the example that you set, not just for the Alaska Native people, but for all Alaskans. It is truly an honor to serve as your U.S. Senator.
Your attention. We have the senator's office here now, who is ready now to address us. And I want to give her that time right now. I'm sure she's very busy. So without further ado, Senator.
Sorry, this is Michael from Dots. We're just, oh, here we go. I see Lisa just said in chat, I will. There you go, Lisa. You should be able to unmute now.
All right, we just unmuted.
Good morning.
And we're unmuted. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is.
Can you hear me or see me? Oh, there. There. All right.
Senator, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you and welcome.
Good. Would you like me to proceed?
Please do.
Thank you. Sorry, we're having a little bit of technical challenges here as we're setting up. I'm talking to you from Homer. I just came in and I wanted to make sure that I had an opportunity to personally share my thanks, my appreciation to all that are associated and affiliated with Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood and the Grand Camp Convention. So Gunash Chish, thank you for the opportunity to just share a few words of welcome and appreciation to you. I think that the last time I met with ANB and ANS was when I was in person, was in Sitka. And this was just before the pandemic, and I was presented with the new $1 gold coin featuring Elizabeth Peratrovich. And the ceremony and the words that were exchanged were deeply and greatly appreciated. So thank you for that. But at that meeting, we talked about all right, are we back together?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can hear you out there. There you're now. You're coming in. I'm sorry. There was a delay there. Apologize.
No. I apologize for that, and I can kind of see I'm turning upside down here, but maybe the best thing is just to listen, and the images sometimes just don't work. But let me just again repeat my thanks to those of you at ANB and ANS, and thank you for all that you do. As I was sharing, the last time we had an opportunity to visit was in Sitka. And we were talking about Elizabeth Peratrovich. You had presented me with the new $1 coin, which was very touching, and the ceremony that I participated in was as well. But we talk about and we reinforce these conversations about civil rights, back in the days of Elizabeth Petrovich, but I think we all know that the matters that were so deeply important at the time remain deeply and personally important going forward. So I know you have a full conference today. Know that I want to share my congratulations on your 110th anniversary, pretty significant. As the oldest Indigenous civil rights organization in the world, I think you have so much to be proud of, so much really to celebrate. And when you think about the officers, the members who have come together over a century to not only work together but to celebrate is truly historic. And I think about the efforts that you have been involved with the integration of public schools, securing the right to vote for Alaska Natives, laying the groundwork for the Alaska Native Land Claims settlement, for bringing about a just settlement for lost lands and rights. Your history truly has enriched all of us. I have been working with so many of you, and for a good number of years, as we have worked to reinforce and support Native voting rights, and to just overall improve access to the ballot. And I have, as I work to do that, know that you have inspired me, just as Elizabeth Petrovich's advocacy has inspired. I shared that in the United States Senate. I've shared it in the committee rooms that I've been part of. I pointed out the need to build on her legacy to ensure that elections are safe, that they are secure, they are free from discrimination. The legacy of Elizabeth Petrovich is also yours, and is one of seeking and realizing a more inclusive society and a more representative democracy. And believe me, I know it's not easy to take on these issues. They're complicated, certainly in Congress, but know that as you are working to address these issues, that I am with you. I'm a partner at your side. I've made some headway. I think we've made some headway in breaking through some partisan gridlock on a number of issues that are important to Alaska Native people. We certainly did that with the infrastructure bill, with the significant focus on not only rural Alaska, but Alaska Native villages. We certainly did that with passage of the Violence Against Women Act. This was something that I worked on very, very hard. I worked on with many of you. We worked across party lines to advance the bill that we call Savannah's Act and the Not Invisible Act to address the crisis of missing, murdered Indigenous women and girls. I am working now on the Native boarding school issue with legislation that I've introduced and hearings that we participated in. I think we're making headway in raising levels of awareness, but we know we have much, much more to do. And I was able to listen to a few minutes of Senator Sullivan's comments just preceding me, and know that we both work to continue to fulfill the land entitlement for the landless communities in Southeast Alaska, and most notably to our Alaska Native Vietnam era veterans. So we have much work to do, but we do it together, and know that as we work together, as we build that unity, we really do work towards a better and a more secure and a more civil society. So thank you for leading the way to just that for 110 years now. Thank you for the leadership, and thank you for the opportunity to be with you very briefly here this morning. Gunushchish, be well, and I look forward to seeing you in many of your communities just next week. I'm going to be in Sitka and Angoon and Huna, and hopefully we'll be able to give one another more personal greetings then. But until then, Gunushchish, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. We appreciate your attending our convention here and giving us a few words of, we like to hear where we're headed and your leadership. Thank you again.
Thank you. We will see you soon. Take care.
And just a note from Dots that we do have a hand up whenever you would like to go to that. Correction, that hand has now been lowered. Disregard.
Kate Waldman from Senator Sullivan's office would like to address us with a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just wanted to say good morning and thank you for allowing the senator to address you by video today and then for me to be here in person. I think with the technology, it's nice to be here in the flesh. But I just wanted to say, if you have any questions, I'll be off to the side for the morning. And then when we break for lunch, I'll also head back to the office. Happy to come back tomorrow if that is good too. But I just wanted to make sure that I'm with Senator Sullivan's office. And if you had questions for my boss or the other senator or the Congresswoman's office, I'd be happy to connect you with their offices too. So Kate, and then without forgetting, just wanted to say thank you to Camp 87 here in Anchorage. 3 years ago, I was offered a membership card, which I still proudly display on my desk. So yeah, right here. So thank you again, and I will be here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if when we will hear from our new congressman, but as soon as she allows us, we will allow her to the floor as soon as possible. President Effing, do you have anything you want to say? Okay.
5-minute recess while Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We'll take a 5-minute recess while the final credentials is sent to our DOTS team. Thank you.
What?
So we're just waiting for. So they,
I can tell one.
yep, yes.
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Grand President. Can you? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I know you've been enthralled and ready to do the business of the day. The purpose of this privilege on the floor is to share with you one piece of information, and it goes like this. Do you know how you can tell that David was older than Goliath? Do you know how David is older than Goliath? Do you know how you can tell? I'll tell you, it's because David rocked Goliath to sleep. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Sasha. Yeah, I know, but the credentials, they're just, how many people are here, right? Yes, go ahead, Paul.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules so that we can move to president's and report while we await for the credential report. Thank you.
Is there a second to that?
And sorry, for the record, Paul Johnson, second grand vice president, A and B Camp 87.
Executive.
A second, A and B Executive Heather Kirko.
Thank you. Discussion? There's discussion. Do you have any discussion? It's been moved and seconded that we suspend the rules and that we on to the reports, the president's reports. Question, Nicole? All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, the same sign, and motion's passed. Thank you. I guess we'll start.
So we are back in order. All right. My name is Daphne Nalby. I serve as the current ANS Grand President, and I will be presenting my president's report. Can everyone hear me okay? Thank you. Thank you. The ANS executive members have been working diligently throughout the year on projects and working in the background to update our systems, streamline procedures, and improve communication. I would like to thank the ANS Executive Committee members for their guidance, their kindness, and support. Our organization is stronger because of their deep commitment and their love of the Alaska Native Sisterhood. I am pleased to report that the ANS Grand Camp has achieved several of our goals for the year. I worked closely with our ANS Grand Treasurer, Elias Chase, to move our accounting system to an online QuickBooks platform. This streamlines transactions, financial reports, and provides greater accessibility and accountability. I am impressed by our Grand Treasurer, Elias, his ability to quickly learn the accounting system, organizing skills, and he produced each job in a complete and timely manner. Thank you, Elias. AMB Grand President Quinto and I worked together to write a letter to Congress in support of voting rights. Thank you to our AMB and ANS Grand Secretaries, Tamsin Alziut and Carol Duez, for their assistance and long hours of editing and preparing the letter. The Grand Secretaries worked together as a great team. The preparation of the resolutions and the letters to various entities to support the resolutions takes skill, and they still manage to find their time to keep the Grand Presidents on schedule. Thank you, Grand Secretaries. The Elizabeth Paradovich program was a wonderful success. Our ANS Second Vice President Cindy Reeves took the lead and worked together with the committee, myself, and our ANS Executive Committee member, Paulette Marino, to plan the event. Our ANS First Vice President Heather Powell and ANB Second Vice President Paul Johnson did an amazing job as our Masters of Ceremonies, and they made a tough job look polished and so easy. Thank you. I am so thankful to our Elizabeth Paradovich Day sponsors, the wonderful speakers from so many organizations throughout Alaska, and to the team at the Clinton-Haida Communications Department for making us look so professional on that Elizabeth Paradovich Day program. I attended the Alaska Board of Fisheries along with AMB Grand President Marcelo Quinto, ANS Executive Committee member Paulette Marino, and AMB Grand Treasurer Eric Morrison to testify on behalf of the protection of the herring. I met with members of the herring protectors, fishermen, and community members, Sea Alaska and Clinton-Haida, and each provided detailed and insightful testimony. I was in awe of our own Grand Camp Youth Representative Madison Suits' testimony. Our ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms, Mary Marino Suits, gave her time of testimony to her daughter, Sister Madison. This is an exemplary leadership from one generation to the next, and I am excited for our future leaders. Many of our AMB and ANS camp members may have spoken to our ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms, Mary Marino Suits, when she made contact with our camps to gather and provide information. I know that you were smiling and felt her cheerful and loving attitude by the time you finished the call with Mary Marino. I give a heartfelt thank you to the ANS Executive Committee member, Paulette Marino, for representing the ANS at the Healing Hand Foundation event that honored our own ANS Grand President Emeritus Ethel Lund. Another important project we completed, and one of my personal goals, is the successful reinstatement of the Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp nonprofit 501c4. Thank you to our ANS Finance Committee members, Sister Beverly Russell, Sister Melanie Rodriguez, and Sister Gloria Eon, and our Grand Treasurer, Elias Chase. I was invited by Sitka ANS Camp 4 to join the dedication and unveiling of the long-awaited Elizabeth Paradovich bench in the Centennial Plaza. I was honored to march alongside ANS Camp 4 President Josephine Johnson and Sister Paulette in the Sitka 4th of July parade. That was pretty fun. ANS Grand Secretary Carol Duez and I were pleased to attend the Portland AMB and ANS Camp 49 annual picnic. Reconnecting with local camp members is just such a pleasure. It was nice to see everybody there. We have projects that are still in progress. The ANS handbook is near completion, the update of the handbook. Sister Beverly Russell is the lead, along with our sister Ann Fuller and ANX Executive Committee member Jackie Martin. They have put in months of reviewing and updating policies and procedures that will provide support to both our Grand Camp and to our local camps. We are working to increase opportunities to share information of the Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp and the work of all our local camps on social media platforms, and we will be creating an ANS Grand Camp website. Sister Melanie Rodriguez is leading this project, and our goal is to have it ready by the new year. This year, we have experienced growth and reorganization. We continually to work to place the Alaska Native Sisterhood in a position of readiness to advocate and protect our civil rights. It has been an honor to work alongside each of our ANS officers. Their work is truly one of love and dedication. I am proud to be a member of the Alaska Native Sisterhood, and I thank you for placing your trust in me to work on your behalf this year. Gunuk Jeesh.
Hello, there we go. Thank you, President Alvey, for that report. Appreciate it very much. Just real quick, Ginger McCormick and Rhonda Butler had their hands up, but we will finish our reports before we go on. Please give us the time. Thank you. I'm President Marcelo Quinto. I was elected in 2021 to be your Grand President. And when I took that job, I had several things in my mind that I really felt that I wanted to work on in the coming year. And one was to grow the organization and to recruit young leaders, to remind us and others that have been leaders in the past in our organization that we still need them. And that was, we're asking them. I wanted to make sure that people knew that we are a civil rights organization. And I wanted our leaders of the past to renew their commitment to the A&B and to the ANS. And I wanted to learn from you the issues and work towards solving them. And at the very end, hopefully that we will make a plan to work on these things. As we started the year, basically there were a lot of initial things we had to do, and that was to have appointments made. We made appointments. Joe Williams was at the beginning was going to be the rural cap representative, but he became the chairman. So we asked Paul Johnson to assist him. We had a little bit of a challenge to change bank accounts, but that was finally taken care of by our treasurer, Eric Morrison. But the first important thing that came up, basically, and President Albee referred to it, was our work to prep ourselves for the Fish and Game report that we had. The meeting was supposed to be held in Ketchikan the first go around, and it was canceled. So it was moved on into the Anchorage area. And so we had time to look at our reports that we had planned on, our speeches that we were going to make at the Fish and Game Board. And it did not come on until February. But in the meantime, one of the other things we did is we met with Peter Metcalf, and I'm not sure if you people are well aware of him, but Peter Metcalf has been someone who has worked closely with our Native organization in the Southeast. He has assisted us in many avenues. He's a consultant that we asked him that we needed to have a way to try to encourage our young people to join our organization to lead us on into the future. And so that one of the things that he said to us at that time was that, in order to do that, he says, you really need to not only determine a program, but you also need to determine that you're going to be spending some money to get it done. And so we asked him that if he would help us develop some kind of program, to reach out to the people that we're trying to reach to join our organization. And that is still an ongoing thing. In February, we find we're able to get to Anchorage to meet with the Fish and Game Report on our herring roll. And we want to thank Executive Committee Paulette Marino for all her assistance. And certainly we had the opportunity of Brother Harvey Kitka, who was up there and very knowledgeable about the herring industry. And it worked out. We were all able to get up and have our talk with the Fish and Game Board, and they asked questions. And I think that what was necessary and thing that came out really was that the Fish and Game Board did not move ahead anything in particular. We stayed and remained the same, which we knew that they had several issues that they were trying to move forward. And but after our presence there, they decided that that would be we'd be better off staying at the presence that we are right now today. Again, then after that, we came back. We were into the Elizabeth Pratovich Day, which as President Albee said, that it was very successful. Were a number of people who participated in that organization and brought forth recognition of that, a great lady. And I know that everybody appreciated it, and it was a very gala affair. And I think she's absolutely right. That Paul and Heather did an amazing job of carrying that program through. So after that, we had an elders conference in Juneau, and then I think they're just a series of programs that I attended to listen to. I did not participate. I was there just to listen to it. The elders conference, and we've had a number of, I guess they are still having conferences today, because I believe that somebody they called me and it said that I was now on one of their groups to represent some of the elders out of the Juneau area. We had an executive meeting, and our first Vice President, Woodrow Watson, came up with the program that we were looking at. We wanted to provide plaques and medallions to our code talkers. And it was the executive committee and people who thought it was an excellent idea, and we moved forward with it. And there was something, the dollar amounts and everything else were there, and he carried that program through just beautifully all the way up through the summer months, where he was able to present those medallions and plaques to the code talkers throughout Southeast. And we want to thank him, because it took a lot of his time and effort to do that, and certainly with the other peoples that were assisting him. So that was done and done very well, and we want to thank him. Yeah. In April, I had the opportunity to attend the Clayton Haida assembly, where I was able to speak to them, and basically I had actually a number of areas where I was able to speak to an audience. And again, one of the key things I've asked in all of them was that we need the young people to come and take their rightful place. As we're well aware of, we have a few that are coming in and they certainly provide a lot of assistance to us, and they are learning that, we're an organization that is 110 years old and we want to be here for another 100 years. So with their help, we expect to do that. The right after that, we were asked to come to the legislature, and they asked us to be there while the North Slope congressman introduced a request for more land in Southeast for the Native veterans. There was a bill there. However, as it be, you introduce a bill in April, we will probably not be even heard until January, if not further. But at least that is moved on. There's a lot of Southeast veterans that have not had the opportunity to select their lands, and hopefully that will be fulfilled if that bill passes. If not, we do have people who are assisting our veterans, to select land in the areas right now, which most of them are up in this northern area of Alaska. There is a situation where I got to tell you, after May, it became very difficult for me to carry out a number of areas. I lost my partner of 57 years. And so it was it was fortunately that I've had a number of my brothers and sisters step up to help me get through. And I really want to thank them because they are there. I have Tam, who really was a real key, and my brother Eric and Peter and Jan, and I got to say, Sasha, and they all came to my side, and you cannot believe that. That's where you want to know that as a brother and sisters, you're not alone, and that's in every area. We sit down here many times. As I sat through over the number of years, the number of times that we have tried to assist our brothers and sisters in this organization, and that still goes on. And I want to thank each and every one of you, because it took a while to get over that. I'm not over it. I'm just having to work through it in a lot of areas, but we had to carry on. I mean, I took the job as the president of the organization, grand president, and there's a job to be done, and we just kind of forged on. But I forged on not by myself, but with the help of a lot of other people, and those people know who they are, and I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart. In June and July, one of the more key areas that we felt that it was necessary in the coming year is that the voting issues that we have. The voting issues is very, very important to all of us. It's a really key to make sure that the people that support us, that we are supporting them. I marched in the parade, for Lisa Murkowski, because she is not only one of us, but she's also one of us that really spends a lot of time trying to, if we need to talk to someone, she's available. We are fortunate here in Alaska that we're a small number of people, our population small. We have almost direct contact to our congressional people. It's an amazing situation. And certainly today, we're more enthused that one of our own, Mary Peltola, has made history in becoming the first congresswoman from the state of Alaska. That, I think it's very hard, you cannot stand but be so proud that one of us is now in Washington, D.C., looking out for our interest and also the interest of the people of Alaska. I think she'll do a great job, and I hope that she will be able to continue. But she will only if we, as the people of Alaska, go out and vote. So those are the areas of concern that we have, really, in terms of the vote is important because there's so many issues out there that we need to be concerned about. And we talked about, all the women issues that are coming up. Those are very important, and they're important to all of us. So we need to make sure that we continue to keep abreast of them and to make sure that, in November, we all get out and do our thing. We vote. That brings me all the way up into September, where we have been meeting, I think, day in and day out. Sister Albie she makes sure that I'm aware of what's going on. And I have to say, I need it. Okay. I'm not tech savvy. I think that my position right now really, Tanya, is right behind here, this mic. You put me behind the phone and I'm in a lot of trouble. Okay. But like most Tlinkits and certainly most half Filipinos, give them a mic and they'll never give it up. All right. So I want to say thank you to all of you again, because your support means a lot to me, and it's still ongoing. And I want to thank you for this year. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I request a privilege of the floor. Could I have the ANS Grant President to the stage? We would be remiss if we did not honor these two wonderfully and fine elected Grant Presidents of our organization. And we as delegates owe it to them to acknowledge their hard work and their dedication. And if you would join me in a round of standing ovation for them too before we move on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me. I believe Rhonda Butler, is she, Rhonda, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Rhonda?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is actually pertaining to the muting and unmuting. Before I finish my statement, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. And we had a really great example of the people in attendance virtually that just occurred prior to the wonderful reports that you guys, our Grant Presidents, just presented. No one in the virtual world had an opportunity to extend our vote for the current motion that was on the floor prior to it being passed. This is something that I believe was discussed. I had just gotten access to the meeting when I believe Yale from A and B Camp 14 had the opportunity to discuss the muting and being muted during the meeting for us that are in attendance. I am definitely speaking against this. And when we're attending virtual meetings, Robert Rules of Order extensively discuss participation from the virtual world, that we take into consideration and time to be allowed for us that are attending virtually. And I think it's really vital. We've been doing this for 2 years now. I think we all know and have the respect for each other to be adults and have the privilege to be able to unmute and mute ourselves, to raise our hand accordingly and to do so. So at this time, I would like to make a motion to remove the muting of our virtual attendees.
Yeah, can you repeat that? I couldn't quite hear it.
Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. I make a motion to remove the muting of our virtual attendees for Grand Camp for the duration to be removed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. A motion's been made by Sister Rhonda Butler to remove the motion to remove the mute online for the virtual attendees to allow themselves to mute and unmute on their own. It has been seconded. Is there any discussion?
Question.
Thank you. We still have some further discussion. Sister, Brother Tamsin.
I will kindly respect the motion, but Madam President, we have many virtual attendees, and the problem with the mute and unmuting is just like we have to stand up and ask for recognition of the chair. It should be the same thing virtually. And the other thing is, if we are going to go through with this, if we have a lot of background noise and stuff, and that has happened, then I would respectfully ask at the time that there be an amended, that if they cannot do it, or for technical or whatever reasons, that DOTS has the ability to mute them due to the background noise, whether it's children, pets, and stuff. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. One moment, please. I see a hand up for somebody online. Who is that? Brother McCormick?
Yesh Atuwu, Camp 14, Ginger McCormick. I had two things to speak on, but I was originally raising my hand for the mute and unmute. We all in favor say aye. There was no participation from the online participants. And as well, there was no open space for us to be able to participate within that motion. So we should be.
Are you speaking in favor or against the motion?
In favor of the motion.
Thank you. Thank you. Brother Eric?
I speak in support of this motion because just like anybody on the floor here, the sergeant at arms, if they're noisy, they'll slap them on the side of the head and tell them to quiet down. And the secretary of the online will be able to do the same with those that are online as well. Mute them temporarily and tell them there's some background noise that allows them to correct their use. Thank you.
Thank you. Brother Eric is in support of the motion, and he thinks they should have equal access. Thank you. Sister Carol? We can't hear her.
As the A and B grant secretary just stated, this is not a good idea. I am speaking against the motion, which would only cause more upset during our proceedings. It is clear that if the people on the floor have to be recognized to speak, that should also refer to those online. And last year, anybody who attended virtually or in person can remember an embarrassing incident when we heard somebody online commenting about how the proceedings were not going, or dogs barking, or children, or whatever. So this is a silly and upsetting idea. Thank you.
Sister Jamie Ann?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jamie Ann Hasselquist with Camp 2, Juneau. I'm speaking in favor of unmuting. The DOTS people online have the ability to mute people after they have they're done speaking online virtually. And if they have forgotten to remute themselves, that the DOTS people have the ability to mute those individuals. And this will also allow the voices of our delegates to be heard and for them to be recognized. So I'm also would like to ask that the view be adjusted online so that we
Sister
can
Jamie
see the
Ann?
chat.
Sister Jamie Ann, thank you. At this time, we're just speaking to the motion. Thank you. But we will keep that in mind. Thank you. Sister Charlene? Right here.
Charlene Wolf from Camp 19, Craig, Alaska. I'd like to speak on behalf of the motion due to the fact that I was a virtual person last year too, and it was really hard. It is our responsibility to turn and mute ourselves, but this year we have the opportunity of somebody muting for us also. So I speak in behalf of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Jan.
And just letting you know, there is someone online waiting to speak.
Thank you very much. Sister Joey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm speaking in favor of the motion as an attendee for the past two grant camps. I think I have the ability to go ahead and mute and unmute ourselves. And Sister Rhonda was waiting for quite a long time. And so when we're attending virtually, I hope there's a better connection of following who's waiting online to speak on the floor and get recognized quicker than waiting for 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll entertain a sister or brother Heather.
Thank you. Thank you, A&B Executive Heather Gurko. It's more of a point of clarification and making sure as we're moving forward with the resolution per Robert's Rules of Order for virtual conventions, we are required to display in writing all resolutions, all motions for the body to see as well as online participants to see. So whoever did make this motion, please submit to this Grand Secretaries in writing so we equitably have access to see what we will be voting on. Thank you.
Thank you for that reminder. Whoever made the motion, please, if you are attending virtually, please add that in the chat. All right, I'll entertain a call for the question.
Thank you, Heather Gurko, A&B Executive. Until we see that motion, we're unable to vote, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Resolutions that have been brought up on the floor in the past, the secretary has typed them out and made them available for us, and we voted with many times without actually seeing the written resolution. I think this is pretty simple and straightforward. We can act on it now. Thank you.
One moment, please. Has the motion been entered into the chat? Thank you. Is everybody able to see the motion? Does anybody have any question regarding the motion? Brother Jan?
Jan Trigg, A and B camps. I don't think this is
We can
working.
hear you.
Okay. As far as the process, I think one of the issues that we have is that we're not putting those votes into dots to be voted on. So now we're seeing it, but in the past
Right.
couple votes have not been put out to those online.
Right.
And so I'm just thankful to see
Yes,
this is
understand.
happening now.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, now that everybody has seen the motion. Thank you. Question's been called. All those in favor? The motion is to remove the mute option for the virtual attendees. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. I apologize. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The ayes have it. Thank you.
We have some raised hands.
Go ahead. Beverly, are you on there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm wondering why we're not utilizing DOT's voting system to vote. I believe that way everybody will have their vote heard. Could
Thank
we
you.
redo that vote with DOTs, please?
All right, thank you. I didn't hear that, Bev. Are you asking us to revote that? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, I'm requesting that we revote using the dots so that everybody's vote is counted and not just a verbal vote.
Thank you.
And we have another hand up.
All right, they said the chair has already ruled and the vote was taken to turn off the mute? Yes. Yeah, go ahead, Sister Carol.
I appeal to the parliamentarian because Beverly is absolutely correct. We should be voting by dots. This is ridiculous.
We have a hand up
You know,
by Rhonda online.
I hate to do this, I said, but I think that right now we can go on and on this thing here, and that vote has been taken, and the president has made their has said it was passed. So I'm not certain unless the parliamentarian says we got to change it again. I'd like to know.
They can change. They can deal.
Yeah. They can says we can change it with a 2/3 vote. What is your pleasure? Check. All right. First of all, Carol, Sister Carol, you're appealing this vote.
Yeah. I appeal to the parliamentarian because Beverly is absolutely 100% correct. Then why should this vote be any different than we're voting on elections or anything else? Let's follow the procedure.
Okay, but you indicated also that I was told here just now that under that same rulings that it, she announced, the decision of the body, and you were appealing that decision from what I can understand. And in order to do that, that takes 2/3 of vote. Am I correct or am I wrong? So then really, Sister Carol, if you would like to appeal that, you can bring it up, please.
I move that my appeal be voted upon, and we will see whether we reach the 2/3.
Is there a second to that?
There is a necessity to revote using our procedure of dots voting. I ask that this be voted upon through dots. And we'll see if we get the 2/3 number. You have to remember to count the virtual attendees. And I'm not sure that was done on the voice vote we just held.
I move to
State your point.
second.
State your point.
And just a reminder that there is a few hands online.
The motion is to appeal the last voice vote, which should have been done through dots.
Is there a second to that?
I second the motion.
Who seconded it?
Mary Lekanoff, alternate.
Oh, Mary? Okay, thank you. Is that dots? Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm not sure if the alternate is even have the ability to vote since they haven't been seated. And from the virtual, it was majority. So I speak in opposition of this mandatory online vote.
I'm not sure. Oh, second. You can hear better than I can.
She's speaking against the motion because the.
Here.
Thank you. Brother McCormick, will you please restate that?
I'm speaking in opposition of the motion. It was clear majority voted even virtually. So I'm in opposition that we vote online, and the second came from an alternate who has yet to be seated. So can they even second this motion?
Who was the second? And thank you. An alternate is not able to second the motion. One moment, please. We still have a motion on the floor to repeal the decision of the chair. It's been moved and seconded. And this is the motion and the only motion that we are speaking to right now.
And we have hands raised online. The first one is Rhonda.
You want me to call her? Oh, okay. Sister Rhonda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a reminder, when we're discussing an appeal, we have an opportunity to only speak once. I speak in opposition if a majority verbal vote is given. I think that we, for the sake of time and the respect for everybody in attendance, we can proceed forward. I think that if there is a motion that is clearly being debated, that we can move to the DOTS team to assist.
Thank you. Sister Beverly?
Yes, I did not vote on that. I didn't realize we could unmute ourselves and verbally speak up. I think that we need to utilize dots for voting. We'll get a concise count of yes or no votes. That's what dots is here for, to assist us. Thank you.
Thank you. Sister Malani?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if there's, I vote, or I don't, I speak in favor of the motion to use dots. I was not able to vote on the last motion.
Thank you, Brother Paul.
Thank you.
Paul Johnson, second Grand Vice President, Camp A&B Camp 87. I first want to make a point of information, if I can, on decorum. We have guest speakers that are waiting to speak, and I would ask that we have some difficult topics to cover in the future, but please have professional decorum while people are visiting. They don't understand that portion. And also requests from those folks that are online attending. We do value your vote and your voice, but we just have to, as people who are here present, to try to recall, remember, and give you time to speak and acknowledge. We're still working at this, but we do have speakers that are waiting. This vote is important, but I just want to request, especially in person, that a level of professional decorum, how we speak to each other, is being viewed by people who are not members of the organization, that don't understand how we work. Finish, sheesh. Thank you.
All right, we will take one last. Sister Cecilia. Sister Cecilia. One last call, Sister Cecilia. Thank you. We'll entertain a call for the question. Thank you. Question's been called. May we please see the motion? Was the motion provided to Dots?
Yeah, we're just creating that ballot now.
Thank you very much.
Couple of moments here.
Thank you. All right, the question has been called. The motion is to allow the virtual attendees to mute and unmute themselves. And this motion is to override the decision of the chair. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Just a note that we're just getting that ballot
One
set up
moment,
now.
thank you.
Just be another moment here.
Thank you. My habit. My apologies. So you will be voting online. This is good practice for us all. Me too.
Okay, so that ballot is now open. You're gonna navigate to your voting platform. We've popped the link in the chat again. Enter your ID and password, and you're looking for the link that says vote now, motion to allow the virtual attendees to mute and unmute themselves.
So just to make the correction on the motion, which is being shown is not correct. It is to repeal the decision of the chair.
Oh,
which
okay,
was,
apologies. We will close that ballot up and we will create a new one. A motion to appeal the verdict of the chair.
Thank you.
And okay, my apologies. That ballot is now open. You're looking for vote now, motion to appeal the verdict of the chair. So we'll leave that open for a couple of minutes. Once again, the link is in the chat. And you're looking for that email from credentials at Data on the Spot for your ID and password information. And we have lots of votes coming in. We're going to leave it open for another minute or so. If you're having any issues, please don't hesitate to chat dots in the chat, or you can email us at credentials@dataonthespot.com.
Testing, can you hear me? The vote has been tallied, and we did not get a majority to change the ruling of the chair. Therefore, yeah, Jeremy, and I don't know that they have been properly seated or not. So I think for us to continue to go back and forth is not helpful to us right now. So, I make sure that she has the opportunity to register and get the legal right to vote is all I'm asking. For us, we have people here right now that are here, came to here to speak to us, and we can't keep holding them up. And for that, I want to ask Paul to come in and introduce our next speaker. Oh, hold on. What's that? They can display it. Josh, can you display the vote, please?
Absolutely. We're just closing that up. Please stand by for the results.
You can see the display right now. The two in favor was 27, against was 10, abstain was 0. You had to have 2/3 in order to change it. Is that correct? So the motion failed, right? Yes, Jan?
Jan Trigg, A and B Camp 70. According to the chart of preference of motions that I have, it takes a majority vote to appeal the decision of the chair.
I was told 2/3. Is that correct? Or who is? Sasha? Yes. Pardon? Either way it passed. Okay. So now we're back to square one and now we revote. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you. I'm getting straightened out with all these things. I'm sorry about that. I get. Yes, go ahead, Executive meeting. Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. AMB Executive Heather Gurko. I'd like to make a recommendation that DOTS prepare the vote, have it open for our delegation to vote as our speakers present, and then reveal the end of the results, that word, at the end of the speaker's presentation. Thank you. That is my motion.
All right, thank you. We'll accept that and we will have our speaker and then go back to.
I apologize. It was not a motion. It was a recommendation.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay. All right. And we accept that recommendation. Thank you. Okay, we can, Paul. Can you introduce us to the next speaker, please?
Good exchange, Mr. Chairman. I would like to introduce our first guest speaker in person, Ayu Kosatuk. She's the Vice President of First Alaskans. Sergeant Arms, can you please escort our speaker to the podium and allow her to introduce herself?
Ganoshchish. Uvlalotak. Good morning. Yak e tsutat. Ayurunga, Ungalachlik Murunga. I am Ayu Kasatak. I come from Ungalachlik, also known as Yunlakleet. I currently serve as Vice President for First Alaskans Institute, a statewide Alaska Native advocacy organization. Koyanakbuk for the opportunity. Hi, Auntie. Koyanakbuk for the opportunity. Ooh. Can you hear me? Is that okay? Okay. For the opportunity to address you all today. I wanted to address you just for a few moments to request that the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood consider putting forward opposition to the upcoming Constitutional Convention referendum that's on the ballot. First Alaskans Institute 10 years ago engaged in a series of conversations around the state, recognizing that the referendum that asks Alaskans every 10 years, shall there be a constitutional convention, was coming up. And at the time, the question that we were asking folks to consider was, what would a racially equitable constitutional convention look like? As I'm sure all of you know, the only Alaska Native representative delegate for the Constitutional Convention was Frank Peradovich. He was the only Alaska Native representative at the time, which then and now does not represent equitable representation for the convention. So at the time, learning about engaging Alaskans in conversations about reopening the Constitution was really revealing in a lot of ways. It showed that there's a lot of fear that's associated with opening up our Constitution. If we were to do that, the entire thing is opened. There's also a lot of threats that at the time then and now were looming that made it so our ways of life were even more threatened than they currently are. So we recognize as Alaska Native people that we still have a long way to go when it comes to protections for our ways of life as Alaska Native people within the Constitution, as well as all of our policies and laws. However, right now we're living in a very divisive time that is polarized and politically charged in ways that we feel further threatens the protection of our ways of life. And we feel that it would be dangerous to open up the Constitution for a new convention and rewriting at this time. AFN has voted to oppose the Constitutional Convention. First Alaskans Institute is also officially opposing, as well as other organizations. We ask that you consider doing the same. One thing to think about if the Constitution were to be opened is that we know that in this current environment, there are a lot of outside interests that are informing politics and policies within our state. And we're concerned that that could open us up to greater threat to the protection of our ways of life. I do have a copy of resolution language that was drafted by Rosita, put before the AFN board, and also circulated amongst other organizations. If that would be helpful for you to consider language that's already been written to oppose the Constitutional Convention. That's all that I have for now, but I'm open to any questions that might have.
A&B Executive Heather Gerko, Ganachchish for sharing today. As a resolution co-chair, I'd like to share with you there is a resolution that will go before this body later this week to do exactly what you just said. So thank you.
Ganachchish, how
We have a hand up online too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. AMB Grand Secretary Tamsin LZU. I just have a couple quick questions. When you were saying outside sources, a couple of things that come to mind is like the one, we have actually a resolution that cited the confidentiality between a physician and their thing, and then they cite HIPAA. But I have heard if we look at that, that's going to be a serious conflict, especially to women's health issues. And last week I was at a summit, and something up there that came up, especially regarding around, forgive me a moment, around, how we maintain our lands historically as our ancestral lands is different. But when you bring in all the different advancements and stuff that is contributing to the demise of our ancestral lands, it seems a lot of those entities aren't even in Alaska. One place was in Florida, some type of conservation group. Are we looking at those kind of issues if we move forward and not oppose this? Thank you.
I can't speak super knowledgeably to the specific instances that you're speaking of, but to the first issue, yes, there are protections currently under our Constitution, language that is around confidentiality related to the issue of protecting a woman's right to choose in relationship with her doctor. That is currently in the Constitution. It's an issue that's kind of a hot flash, not a hot flash, lightning rod. Thank you. Lightning rod issue that does bring in outside dollars and outside interests that want to see that changed in this current political climate. And then, as we know, there are many people, organizations, institutions, entities outside of Alaska that have their own interests in our resources in Alaska. And so that is another area of protection that we should be aware of as well.
We have Beverly online.
Bev, go ahead. You have the chair. Floor. Bev, can you hear me?
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Now I'm able to unmute. I would be very interested in seeing what Rosita Whirl has written regarding the opposition to, or the no vote for the Constitution. if you'd be able to somehow share that with us. I can provide you with my email address if you'd like.
Yes, I'm happy to email a copy of it. I also have a paper copy if you want to make copies here in the room as well. Yes, happy to do that.
Thank you for being here. You know, this subsistence law has been settled with Katie John, and the state of Alaska was required to change their subsistence regulations to adapt to the law that was handed down by the Supreme Court, and they failed to do that. But instead, they're challenging subsistence laws everywhere, and we currently have, as you well know, the Kuskokwim and Yukon cases that are being challenged by the state of Alaska. And we, a number of us, have testified at the Board of Fish with the state, and there's been Board of Game, other state agencies that have commissions that do not have subsistence. What do you want me to do? Swallow it? It's right here. I know they state English. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. That have subsistence do not have subsistence representation on any of the state fish and game commissions, much less the federal commissions on halibut and the rest of that. And I'm wondering what you're proposing for us to do, because we're willing to support any and all organizations that are willing to fight to get the state to recognize the Katie John case and uphold the rights of the subsistence rights of Alaska Natives in Alaska. Thank you.
Ganoshish. So this particular topic that we're asking for support from A&B and ANS is related to opposing the opening up of the Constitution. So in November, all Alaskans will be asked, shall there be another constitutional convention? That's all that it will say on the ballot. We agree that there is a need for stronger protections for our ways of life in perpetuity. And there are a lot of efforts that are happening in support of that. At some point in time, revisiting opening the Constitution could be a method that we utilize as a strategy to do that. However, at the current time, there's a lot of division within our own community. There's a lot of division within the statewide community, and we feel that it opens us up to threats for losing even more than we already have. And so the timing right now for reopening the Constitutional Convention is just, it feels like a threat at this time until we can have an opportunity as a Native community, especially, to have our own conversations as relatives of one another to figure out what it is that we want, how we want to align, and how we want to fight for that. Because as we know, a lot of people play upon the divisions in our community. My mother, Renita Herdman, as a tribal advocate her entire life, she would say, when natives fight natives, someone else is winning. There are a lot of people outside of our community that play into the divisions in our community to their own benefit. And we recognize that that's one of the dynamics that could very much be at play should the Constitutional Convention be reopened.
We have another person online.
Corby, go ahead. Yes, go ahead. You have the floor. Brother McCormick, yeah.
IU, Goyanakbuk, Gonakshish for coming to share your knowledge about this. I had questions on how this constitutional opening would affect our sovereignty, and you just briefly went over on how it could be altering in more damaging way. And we are already having problems with our subsistence and within ourselves. So I think you just answered my question, but again, Koyanakpak, for coming and speaking with us today, and I appreciate you sharing your words.
Good to see you.
Thank you, Brother Chad. Good afternoon, Paulette Marino, Alaska Native Sisterhood Executive Committee. Welcome. Thank you so much for bringing this important matter forward. As the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp consider this very weighty matter in regards to a constitution, you have some very well-respected leaders who are bringing this forward. So first of all, for your presence. It is right to come back to what's referred to as a grandfather and grandmother organization. My question is very simple. Under the potential resolution that you'll be presenting to AFN, could you share with us the therefore be it resolved, what it is exactly that you are asking ANB and ANS to consider? Thank you.
So to be clear, we fully honor the language that works best for you. This is a resolution that was drafted by Rosita Whirl to the AFN board and has been circulated amongst other organizations to consider as well. And so we definitely honor and uphold what you would like to say in the way that you would like to say it. But in the drafted resolution that was provided to us says, now therefore be it resolved that the AFN Board of Directors shall go on record as opposing the November 8, 2022 ballot calling for a constitutional convention and initiate all possible measure opposing a constitutional convention. Be it further resolved that AFN shall request its members to support this resolution and call for its members to vote to oppose the ballot measures.
And Chilton, Juneau, Camp 2, and was wondering if I can get a copy of the language document you were talking about earlier. Thank you.
Yes, of course. I'm happy to provide the resolution as it's a PDF. So is there someone I can share it with who can then circulate it? Okay, wonderful. Okay, sounds good. Klianakbuk. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, and then, well, we need to establish a quorum. We have enough. It's just like, test, yeah. I know who is Dots to establish our quorum. Is that what it does, Eric? Do you know? Who had our secretary or Tam? How do we need to establish a quorum? How do we go about doing that? Well, you got all these people. Well, you got people on that virtual too. So it's new to me, Frank.
Just
go ahead, Tim.
Just a note from Dots. Tam, we're going to send you that report right now so that you can then use that for the credentials report. So I'll just send it over our back channel.
Okay.
Yeah. Hello.
Okay. Through the chair, thank you, Dots. Once we have that, because we had updated all emails, any alternate changes that we were aware of before we sent to Dots, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Rhonda with her hand up online.
Rhonda, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mine was kind of a point of clarification in regards to our last speaker. Was there any type of action for consideration for the resolution and to have their resolution be placed with our resolution committee to be assigned to an appropriate committee?
I could not hear. Go ahead. No. All right. Did you get that, Rhonda? You said no, it was coming up in resolutions.
That no, is that what you
Correct.
said? No? Okay. And then one more item, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I may. I'd like to make a motion to accept the A and B Grand President's Report and the ANS Grand President's Report.
If I may, so right now that motion is out of order. We already have a motion on the floor.
Can we
And
please state the
reports
motion
and reports do not need to be
received?
Oh, they're generally accepted, but they're not required unless there's an action item.
Go ahead and take this for that. That's we override.
Okay, so we're ready to do that motion.
I think we are. Yeah.
Thank you. If we can ask the DOTS team to display the motion for the mute and unmute.
Absolutely. So we're just displaying that on screen now, and we have the ballot open. So you may access your voting platform and log in again. If you're already logged in, you may need to click the next vote button. That will refresh the page and display the active ballot, which is vote now, motion to allow the virtual attendees to mute and unmute themselves.
Yeah, go ahead. Test it.
AMB Grand Secretary Tamsin LZ. Mr. President, I'm trying to download the information from DOTS. So we can, because we have yet to establish the quorums, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Our questions been asked and we're fine.
Thank you. Okay, so then we can. Pardon? So we can go ahead and continue our motion to allow the virtual unmute themselves. Okay. So we're ready to go ahead and vote. Is it up there? I can't. You can't hear.
This is open to vote. We're voting right now.
The motion is to attend. It doesn't say to vote. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead and open. It's open to vote right now. Thank you. Pardon? Yeah. I can't vote mine. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to vote. Good.
Yes. Time in this right here. Our speaker has to make a 1:30 appointment across town.
Who's it?
Michelle Sparks can get up and native
Okay.
vote. We knew just
Okay.
heard on the
What-
speak.
As soon as this. Yeah, is everybody voted? We have another speaker coming up and their time is limited, so please vote so we get this done. Has everybody voted? Our virtual people voted?
We have a couple of hands up from virtual.
Sister Beverly, you have something there?
Yes, this is regarding what Rhonda Butler spoke about. This is not regarding the motion. Do I have permission to speak?
Wait, I can't hear. I can't hear.
Thank you, Sister Beverly. Since we have a vote on the floor, we ask you to wait.
Okay.
Thank you.
Has everybody completed their vote?
So this is Michael from Dots. We'll just give it another 10 or 15 seconds and then we'll close up the ballot and display the results. But we'll just make sure everyone's in. So we'll just give everyone another 10 seconds or so. If you're having problems, please reach out.
All our virtual people voted? Every voted here?
Okay, we're going to go ahead and close that ballot. Please stand by for the results.
Jamie, there, Jamie. Jamie Ann, they're going to close the vote. So we need to.
Okay.
Okay, please stand by for the results. That vote is now closed.
All right, vote's closed. Go ahead.
Yes.
The motion passed. We have someone right now that, Marianne, we have somebody whose time is pressed right now and we hold it. Yeah. Paul? Want to get our next speaker? Yes. Are you talking about? Yeah, those that are on virtual, we have another speaker coming up and you want to introduce her?
Good as Chief, Mr. Chairman. Our next speaker is Michelle Machak Spark. She grew up in Bethel and is a member of the Kootenai tribe of Chivak, Alaska. Michelle is a career veteran in the political and tribal nonprofit world. Michelle has worked for the U.S. Senate and Congress, the last legislature, and for various tribal entities in policy and business ventures. She is now the director of Get Out the Native Vote, a statewide voter education organization based in Anchorage. Sergeant Arms, can you please escort Ms. Spark to the stage? Thank you. Down on this side, there's a little bit of room here.
Is this like a good spot? I think so.
Okay. Waka. I don't know if this is on. You can hear me. Okay. Waka kuyana tailuchi winga machorok. Thank you, Paul, for trying. I am from Bethel. Is this echoing? Oh, okay. I am from Bethel. And I went to school outside. And as Paul mentioned, I worked outside too for a while. And then I worked in Juneau for several years, which was a real pleasure to be in Southeast. So I am now the director of Get Out the Native Vote, which is based under Cook Inlet Tribal Council here in Anchorage. We are actually going to be hosting an absentee polling station this year. If any of you live here in Anchorage, you have a safe space and a comfortable space to come and vote early before Election Day. And that's November 1 through 4, and on the 7th, the day before Election Day on November 8th. So we're next to the Costco by DeBar, if that helps. I just wanted to give you kind of a synopsis of what voting behavior it looks like in Alaska this year. I just watched you spend an hour on one motion, and that's actually wonderful, because if we were all this tenacious about voting, Get Out the Native Vote wouldn't have to be here. We wouldn't have to exist, because we would all be fighting the same way you did here to make sure you were heard and that your vote is going to be recorded. So I applaud you on that motion. Thank you. There are 600,000 registered voters in the state of Alaska. In the June 11th primary. Now, I want to preface all this by saying most Americans only vote once every 4 years. Why? Presidential race. Most people only want to vote when a president is on the ballot. That makes sense. It's a very big deal. Midterms are every 2 years as opposed to every 4 years, and it's historically a low turnout event because a lot of people think it's boring. We are actually approaching a 40-year high of midterm voter participation. And the fact that we have a US Senate, US House, governor, lieutenant governor, state house, and state Senate on the ballot in November, we're hoping that a lot of people are going to be encouraged and inspired to come vote. And a lot of these races are competitive. There's probably about 7 Alaska Natives running. But anyway, so I just wanted to say, even though we have 600,000 voters, only about 165,000 people voted in the June all mail-in statewide primary. It was a special primary because we all know Mr. Young died in the service of his term. So the special primary was to choose someone to serve out his term. 52 people put their names in to serve out his term. A couple people dropped out, but you still had 48 names on the special primary ballot that you got in the mail before June 11th. Maybe some of you just kept it on your counter or used it in your steam bath, I don't know. But out of that, 27% voted in June. That's about 165,000 people. Unfortunately, 7,500 votes were thrown out because of mistakes. And when you're dealing with technical language on a statewide all mail-in ballot with no one there to actually explain to you, especially with language issues, it was hard for us to expect people to fill out the ballot correctly. We did as much as we could in the Native community to let people know, remember to sign it, to have a witness sign it, to put your birth date or an identifier on there. There were a number of reasons why the ballots were thrown out. In the August statewide primary, now that happens every year, but again, not everybody participates in that kind of election. But it was a special election after the June 11th primary. So bear with me. 4 of the top vote getters from those 48 candidates in June went on to the August ballot, and you all saw that. And we had a ranked choice ballot in that scenario. For one, we no longer have closed primaries. That means state parties, recognized state parties who had a quorum and all that jazz and was certified by the state, they have conventions and they choose their candidate to put on the ballot for the rest of us to choose from. That is no longer the case. In 2020, a popular ballot initiative was passed by Alaska voters to change the way we vote and the way we do elections. So now we have open primaries. That's why you saw 48 people running for the primary to run for Don Young's seat. For the top vote getters, move on to the general election ballot. So the special election ballot you saw on the back of the statewide primary was where you ranked your first choice. Now, the law does not force you to rank if you don't want to. You can choose your one favorite person and call it good. That's fine. But as I explained it to people with the 3 people, because Al Gross had dropped out. So there was Sarah Palin, Nick Begich, and Mary Peltola on that ballot. If you voted for just one person and that person happened to be the least vote getter, they're automatically knocked out. Who do you have left? You have 2 people left. That's an automatic instant runoff. If you didn't rank a second person, you weren't voting in that instant runoff. Your vote was not going to be, you didn't vote. You didn't vote on who was going to be our congressperson. So that's the importance of ranking. Again, you don't have to do it, but there is a value to it because now our lawmakers are going to win by a majority instead of a plurality. Now, the difference is someone like Sarah Palin will always have 30% support in this state. That's a given. In a regular election, that would be enough to get her to win and get to serve out a term. But because of the ranked choice voting system, we say, yes, you did get 30% now, but that's not 50% plus 1. We're going to see what the rest of the voters think of you in their rankings. So when we all voted in August, 30% of Nick Begich's voters crossed party lines and voted for Mary Peltola, who was already leading, right? Mary could have won in a regular election in August if it was an old election system, but we had to wait for the second processing and third. So we're not having same day election results unless anyone gets a majority of 51% from now on. I just want you to know that. November 8th, we're not going to know who's what or what's what. We have to wait 2 weeks for all the absentee ballots and things like that to come in from now on before we certify a winner. So, again, unless they get 51%, then they will be a definitive winner on November 8th. Otherwise, we just have to wait for the process to happen. But the importance of the second ranking is illustrated right there in Mary Peltola's win. Was 30% of Nick Begich's voters placed their second vote for Mary Peltola. That put her up over 51%. So what you're going to see in the November 8th ballot, again, you have U.S. Senate, you have Lisa Murkowski defending her seat. You have U.S. House, you have Mary Peltola defending her seat. You have Lieutenant Governor and Governor up on Dunleavy's defending his seat. And we've got your House district and your Senate district is up too. So in August, 30,000 more people voted in that election experience. So that was a good uptick. That was a good uptick for a statewide primary and a statewide election. Only 342 ballots were thrown out. So we did a lot better in that regard. I want to say I do have printed out here your precinct's voting results, and it's a lot. It's a lot of communities, and it's through districts, House District 1, 2, 3, and 4. And again, I realize some of you live here in Anchorage, so if you know, we did have redistricting this year on top of a new election system. Make sure you know where your precincts are. And if you don't know, there are ways you can find out with the Division of Elections, or you can go to Get Out the Native Vote on Facebook and ask us, and I'll be happy to look it up for you. I will find out where you need to vote. I will make sure you are updated on your registration, which if you have moved in the last year, please update your registration. The deadline is on Sunday for you to be able to vote in November. I'm just going to read a few of these communities since it's a lot. I don't want to although it'd be nice to get you all competitive and make sure your communities get the top votes out. But let's just say Saxman has 300 registered voters. 75 people came out to vote in August. That's a 29% voter turnout. Wrangell has 1,965 registered voters. 516 came out to vote. That's 26.26%. Let's see. Heidelberg has 282 registered voters. 41 people came out to vote. That's 14.54%. Kasan has 58 registered voters. 18 came out to vote. That's 31%. The highest, and I don't want to butcher this word, Klukwan or Klukwan? Klukwan? Okay. They had the highest voter turnout for your region, and that's 74 registered voters and 41 people voted. That's over 55%. So good for them. So my point in these exercises is to show that we all have the same value in our vote as anyone here in Anchorage or Fairbanks or Washington, D.C. We all have one vote. It does take maintenance, though. You have to make sure your registration is updated. You have to make sure that the Division of Elections know you are here and ready and eligible to vote. And you have to make a plan to vote. And there are ways you can vote if you don't want to go stand in line at a precinct. You can vote by absentee. You can vote early. You can vote online. You can vote by fax. Everything you need to know is on the Division of Elections website. It's kind of hard to navigate, and a lot of us have expensive data plans, so we're not going to do that kind of research. So come to places like Get Out the Native Vote. We will help you. We will be here and we will be responsive. If you have concerns or questions, we're here to advocate for you. The reason why I have to leave early is because I'm actually on a call with the Division of Elections and the US Postal Service. They're going to meet every Thursday from now on until Election Day. And we want to make sure that all of our communities do have poll workers, election workers, translators, and we want to make sure the ballots get mailed out in time and arrive safely to your communities, and that we have eased the barriers and made it easier for you to be able to walk in and vote with confidence and being comfortable. So I think Paul can make it very easy to reach me in your notes. You will all have my email address. You will even have my cell phone number, because I want calls leading up to Election Day. I want to know what's happening. I want to know what's going on, because we can be an effective advocate for you if you all are a part of our network. So Kuyana, thank you for your time. I can't answer questions, but I hope that we can show our ranked choice video for you during lunch. Kuyana, good noches.
Thank you, Michelle, for your time in presenting. We have set aside a table, informational table for Get Out the Native Vote. And I just want to share one thing that we talked about our organizations, where there's a desire between Get Out the Native Vote to want to work with our local ANS and A&B camps. And I think that we can help lead with our own respective communities to ensure that our members and our community members, even people who are not even members of our organization, to get out and vote. So thank you very much. We'll have a table set aside for them for later. Sheesh, Kayana.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Paul? What time do they do for lunch?
Lunch is ready to go right now. We have lunch going on, but probably the one thing we're going to miss out is the ANS is going to miss out on their meeting time, but we have Forest Service and US or FEMA.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll go eat lunch now.
Yeah, Ron is there? Pardon? Yeah, I just gotta get Get a quick one, then we'll go to lunch here. All right. Can you hear me, Rhonda?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Can you make that quick, please?
No, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my motion.
All right,
I
thank you
did
very
place
much.
some, thank you very much.
Thank you. So right now we are going to take a break. We are running a little bit behind for our lunch break, and the kitchen has been waiting on us. So we are going to take a break, and anybody who has any questions or has their hands up, we will get back to you after lunch. We also ask that the ANS sisters have head of the line privileges as the ANS will be meeting in the room back here to the right. And we ask DOTS to open up a breakout room so those attending virtually can join the ANS meeting. And we will start that meeting in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Ranked choice voting allows the candidate with the strongest overall support to win and reduces the need for runoff elections. Here's how it works. Pretend you're deciding what to eat for dinner and you have 4 options. Instead of voting for just one, you rank all 4 with the one you want most at number 1. It's important to rank all 4 because if your number 1 choice doesn't win, you still get to have a voice in who the next choice will be. Let's say you want salmon, so you rank it number 1. But if you can't have salmon, you'll take berries. And if berries aren't available, you'll eat herring eggs. And in last place, muktuk. Everyone else ranks their 4 options. Now let's count everyone's votes. With ranked choice, a winner must get the majority of all votes, more than 50%. Salmon is ahead, but only has 7 votes. It needs at least 11 to win. Berries and herring eggs both received 5 votes. Muktuk got 3. Since none has a majority, we eliminate the one in last place. Sorry, Muktuk fans. We're going to count your second choice. 2 for berries and 1 for herring eggs. But none has gotten 11 votes. So we do not have a choice that the majority of people agree on yet. Let's eliminate the one now in last place. See ya, herring eggs. So, the people who voted for muktuk and the people who voted herring eggs did not get their favorite choice. But they still get to have their voices heard because we're going to count their second choice. And we have a winner. Even though more people voted for salmon as their number 1 choice, berries got the most total votes, which means more people overall voted for berries. And that's how ranked choice voting works. Shanann. Ranked
Testing. Yeah, could everybody get back to your seats? We got some people that, speakers that want to speak to us, and we move along. Appreciate it very much. We get to our seats. No, is this mic a karaoke mic, or you just got to talk to it? You better do something here. We need to gather the troops. There one. That's right. That's okay. I know it. I got a good bartender song. No problem. Hey, Mr. Bartender, please don't be so slow. Paul. Sisters, you got about 30 seconds. You need to take your seats, please. Are we all here? You think? Hey, let's pay attention there. All right. Andy, take care of my light work. Are we all here? We're waiting. You got about 30 seconds. There we are. Are we all here? Pardon?
Can I make an announcement about resolution committees? Really quick while we're waiting.
Yeah, do it real quick. We got to try to get sisters.
Thank you, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and post the resolution committees on the wall. Please do sign up for a resolution committee. We have at this time 17 resolutions to be reviewed, and this will be posted on the wall right there. Thank you. Thank you. And for the people online, they will be distributed to you virtually. We have a Google Doc link that will be sent to you. Thank you.
Okay, Paul, go ahead. Let's go get it. Go ahead.
Good lunch, Chiefs, Mr. Chairman, and welcome back from lunch, brothers and sisters in person, as well as those online. I'd first like to preface this next speaker presenter for our group, as I was approached by the Small Business Administration contact here we have within Anchorage with a little bit of a challenge they had on trying to improve outreach for FEMA after the disaster in the Northwest Arctic borough of many villages that in the past, some villages had camps, both Brotherhood and Sisterhood. And while we've been very fortunate that we haven't had a disaster of that rectitude, what we're here to do is for outreach to people that have people in those networks in those areas to help people, but also in the unlikely event that we have something of that nature, we want to be a resource and understand that the federal agencies like the Public Relations Officer, Mr. Flynn here, Kevin Wynn, excuse me, to come speak to you to help share some information about in the event a community disaster of that magnitude happens, to know the process and share. They'll also have information shared on the tables across the way. And for those people attending virtually, they're going to have a form on how to sign up for that. His information, real final last point, is going to talk about independent small businesses in those areas. So brothers and sisters, please welcome Mr. Kevin Flynn from FEMA. Stand a little bit to this side. So. Okay. You can put that up.
Dots, please put up the form for FEMA, the registration form. And while Dots does that, I'll kind of go ahead and get started on the presentation. So I'm Kevin Wynn, as Paul mentioned, and he invited us to come out here and give what we're trying to do out there in the Bering Strait and the other 3 REAAs that were declared for the disaster. Good. So the state of Alaska's got an individual assistance program as well. And if you want to give the folks the number, it's 844-445-7131. And they can also go to ready.alaska.gov/IA. Those are the important things that they can do to register. 844-445-7131. Now, that State of Alaska Individual Assistance Program is also a grant program, and they're offering funds up to $18,900 for any kind of disaster damage the folks had, and it does not need to be repaid. Working hand in hand with the State of Alaska, register with them first. Working hand in hand with the State of Alaska is the FEMA Individual Assistance Program for individuals and households. Now, FEMA goes up to a little bit more money, also grant funds so that they don't need to be repaid. They go up to $38,800 or $39,700, excuse me. Anyway, how to get in touch with FEMA. And that's the second thing the folks are going to want to do. First is register with the State of Alaska. Second, go to FEMA. Next page, please, Dot, if you can on this. And go to FEMA at 800-621-3362. Very important they go there. They can also apply online as well at disasterassistance.gov. Once again, 800-621-3362 to go to FEMA. So State of Alaska first, then FEMA, all grant money, doesn't need to be repaid. Now, Paul wanted me to mention something about fish camps. From what I understand, the State of Alaska is going to be using their grant funds of up to $18,900 to assist with people that have fish camps. And Paul wanted me to emphasize that. The FEMA, I don't know if they're going to do anything, but the State of Alaska is going to use some of their funds for fish camps if you want to get the word out on that. Last week, I addressed the Bering Strait Native Corporation over in Nome, and that was one of the big topics they had, all these fish camps. So the State of Alaska is going to assist with that if you want to let folks know over in those areas. And the 4 REAAs that got declared for this. The third thing is, if you're a small business owner, go to the Small Business Administration. If you get recommended to them from FEMA, and go to the next page, please, Dots. And if you get an application and FEMA tells you to come to SBA, fill out the application. Very simple application. We've got people going door to door in all the villages and in Nome and in Bethel to help people fill out these applications. Very simple application. Now with SBA, it's a loan, a disaster loan from the federal government, but it's got a very low interest rate of 2%. And terms up to 30 years makes recovery very affordable. But we go up to $200,000 to help people repair their home. Like I said, it's a loan, it's 30 years, but it's very low interest. And with the 30-year term makes recovery affordable and low interest, low repayment terms. We also give a 5-month deferral on the loan as well. Now for the business owners out there, they don't need to go to FEMA, but SBA is going door to door to the business owners in Nome and Bethel and all those villages, registering people with SBA to see if they need assistance as well. Businesses in those areas can get up to $2 million to repair or replace any of their disaster damaged property up there. And they can also get something called an economic injury disaster loan. What that is for the areas that didn't have any physical damage, but these businesses are starting to see a loss of revenue. They can come to SBA. They don't need to go to FEMA or the state. They can come straight to SBA at disasterassistance.gov.sba.gov and apply there. They can also call 800-659-2955 with any questions. Very simple application to fill out. Back to that economic injury disaster loan. Folks can get that loan up to $2 million, even if they didn't have any physical damage, but they're looking for working capital to get them through this recovery period. So it's a very simple process to apply. Those are also low interest loans as well. For the economic injury disaster loans, let folks know they have until June 23rd of next year, 2023, to apply. All the contiguous areas of the jurisdictions of the 4 areas can apply as well. Contiguous areas are eligible only for the economic injury disaster loans, not for the physical damage loans themselves. We also do mitigation. If any of these folks in these areas that were affected want to relocate, SBA can help them relocate. And we also can help them with their refinancing if they have any mortgages on their property. We look at three things: the fact that they're in the REAA, their credit, and their repayment ability. For the physical damage, they have to apply by November 22nd. Now, the FEMA grant program, they can also get up to, like I said, up to the $38,000. But once again, that's just a grant. FEMA will come out and inspect their property. And also, if they haven't been able to stay in their property, they'll give them some temporary housing. Call the 800 number with FEMA after you register, and they can explain all the programs that way. The State of Alaska Temporary Grant Program, like I said, they're going to help with the fish camps. So if you can get the word out on that, Paul asked me to specifically say something about that. I've brought some information and I'll place it wherever Paul wants me to put it, probably over there. I've got some contact cards as well. I'm free to answer any questions. I'm going to stay here for about a little while, an hour or so, and just answer any questions. And I'll be over there. But we appreciate Paul inviting us out here just to help you guys get the word out to people that you know over in those areas. And I'll take any questions if anybody has anything to answer. Let me go through this real quick again. State of Alaska, FEMA. If you get a referral from FEMA to SBA, fill out the application. But get the grant money if you can. That's the best thing out there because you don't have to repay it. Okay, if there's any questions, I've got an escort today, which I've never had before. So I'll answer any questions if anybody has any, or like I said, I'll be down there. When I was up in Nome over the weekend, and I did the Bering Strait Native Corporation shareholders meeting, and there's about 350 people there. And so I went into the back after the meeting, and that's when people would come up. They would come up one-on-one and ask questions. But so it was nice being over in Nome. I'd never been there and got to meet all the folks, and just had a nice time. Anyway, thank you. And thank you, Paul.
Hi, Kevin.
Thank you very much for that presentation.
Jennifer Hanlon with US Forest Service.
Oh, okay. She's here online.
She's on Zoom, yeah. She's
Oh,
ready to load it up, ready to go.
excuse me. We have Jennifer Hanlon. She's on Zoom. She's with the US Forest Service. Thank you. Jennifer, are you there?
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Can you hear me in the main room?
Yes. We can, everybody here? Yes, thank you.
Well, good afternoon, brothers and sisters, honorable delegates of Grand Camp Convention. Gunach Cheese for allowing me to speak. My name is Jennifer Hanlon. My Tlingit name is Ondayin. Before any professional affiliation, I am Tequidi from Yakutat. I'm the daughter of the Luknakhari and the granddaughter of the Wushkitan. I've been a lifelong member of ANS Camp 13 out of Yakutat. I am new to my appointment as the Tribal Relations Specialist for the Tongass National Forest, and I'm based out of Ketchikan in Tontaquan Territory. I intended to deliver this report in person. However, like many organizations, our agency is still navigating through the pandemic, and unfortunately that's limited our ability to be physically present in some of these various gatherings. So my apologies, I don't have that opportunity to meet with you face to face. I'm going to be covering some of the 2022 highlights for ongoing as well as upcoming U.S. Forest Service and tribal engagement and partnerships. I'll start with the Southeast Alaska Sustainability Strategy Investment, also known as SAS. This started during an announcement by the Secretary of Agriculture in July of last year, who announced this strategy, which is going to be comprised of 4 components. One is supporting diverse and sustainable economic investments throughout the region. 2 is addressing the rollless roll exemption and proposing a repeal of that rule. 3 is strengthening the relationship with tribal nations, and 4 is ending large-scale old-growth timber sales in the Tongass National Forest. Circling back to the economic investments, currently there is $25 million that has been obligated to various investment projects that have been proposed by the tribes and other entities in the region. And the time frame during this report doesn't allow going through that full list of the investment portfolio, but these range from supporting greenhouses and compost projects in various communities that enhance local food sovereignty, deficient habitat wildlife restoration, to including indigenous place name signages on trail systems, to various community forestry work, and to broader workforce training development that also includes a youth component. The agreements for these for the SAS investments are still being finalized, so that work and the impacts are forthcoming, and I look forward to sharing more of that information as we have updates. But some of the other highlights in this report do capture the SAS investments and what those funds are going to. Going to the Roll This Rule update in late 2021, the new rule proposes to reinstate the 2001 Roll This Rule protections for the Tongass National Forest. Tribal consultations did take place in September, which is prior to the publication of the Roll This Rule reinstatement. But be aware that that is forthcoming, anticipated sometime before the end of this calendar year. And the agency, we are aware that this time frame has been a little frustrating, but we just want to assure that that final rule is going to be defensible and withstand any challenges. Regarding some of the community forestry partnerships in several communities, these really highlight the opportunities to partner with our tribes and Native communities. And this includes the Huna Native Forest Partnership Project that is funded through the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Services. And this is a broader partnership that was established several years ago between the local tribal government, Huna Indian Association, the Alaska Native Corporations, Huna Totem Corporation, and Sea Alaska, as well as the U.S. Forest Service. And this partnership is moving from the next stage of data collection and monitoring to actually doing some restoration work that benefits the habitat on Huna Totem as well as U.S. Forest Service lands throughout that watershed. Shortly after the development of the Huna Native Forest Program, there was the Kekwan Community Forest Partnership, which is another ongoing partnership between the tribe, Native corporations, the Forest Service, as well as some other nonprofits that are working to build up workforce development through training. And that is also moving from a stage of data collection and monitoring to stream and aquatic restoration activities. And then the newest community forestry program is a Klowok Forest Indigenous Stewardship Partnership. This is another collaboration between the tribal government, the Prince of Wales Tribal Conservation District, the Alaska Native Corporations, including Klowok Corporation, Sean Sea Alaska, as well as the U.S. Forest Service and Southeast Alatta Watershed Coalition. This partnership was designed to implement a sockeye salmon management plan, which includes surveying salmon streams, conducting some thinning on for the benefit of stream health and habitat improvements to overall restore logged areas for salmon streams and other restoration work. So this project started its field work in April of this year, and it provides another opportunity for full-time employment and training opportunities. And then In Sitka, as part of the SAS investment portfolio, there is an agreement with the Sitka Tribe of Alaska to start another community forestry program in that community. So that program and partnership is under development. Moving on to some restoration and workforce development. One of the examples of working with the tribes is Margaret Creek watershed restoration and enhancement here in Ketchikan. This project looks at watershed health, enhances fish and wildlife habitat, as well as recreation opportunities by restoring 2 miles of salmon habitat for sockeye and coho. Part of this restoration work included a workshop that provided training opportunities, which included participants from the Metlakatla Indian community, Ketchikan Indian community, the Kluwak Indigenous Steward Forest Partnership, Sean Seat, and the Prince of Wales Tribal Conservation District. So that training provided opportunities for participants to bring that skill set back to their respective communities and support the ongoing restoration work within their home. Another ongoing project is culture importance in forest resources. This is a first of its kind collaboration between the U.S. Forest Service and tribes. It's a partnership with the Organized Village of Kisan, as well as the Prince of Wales Tribal Conservation District, that highlights the importance of cultural resources within the forest. The work is between the agency and tribal staff that collect data on building up a cultural tree database, a data inventory. And, as the U.S. Forest Service, we have the skill set to generate inventories on lumber and habitat, but don't have the knowledge base on cultural trees that are appropriate for totem poles or canoes or other cultural needs. So this is going to be an opportunity for the agency to build up that information and be in a better position to field those requests for cultural trees and have broader implications in other communities outside of Prince of Wales Island. The U.S. Forest Service has also provided support on tribally managed projects. This includes providing transportation and other logistical support for tribal projects, including water sampling and other data being collected in the field. This has been ongoing with the Yakutat Tlingit tribe, as well as the Ketchikan Indian community, who are tribes that are filling in respective water quality data gaps in order to help inform management decisions. In Yakutat, the local Forest Service district has also been working with the Yakutat Tlingit tribe to build up their capacity, which includes a tribal biologist and a fisheries program. The tribal biologist has had a chance to participate on patrols of the Situk River to monitor the river users and to provide education and outreach. And the biologist has also had an opportunity to participate in and learn from restoration projects done within that district, such as culvert removals. Another big update is what is being called tribal co-stewardship. This is per secretarial orders out of Washington, D.C. All agencies under the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Interior are instructed to look into opportunities that enhance co-stewardship of public lands and waters with tribes. In the Forest Service, we have an agency to take care of land and serve people. So this will be better accomplished by making sure we're working closely with the indigenous peoples that have stewarded this land since time immemorial. Another big accomplishment that's being that's in the works is what is called the Seacoast Indigenous Guardians Network. This was inspired by existing structures in British Columbia. The Forest Service has entered into an agreement with Central Council Tlingit and Haida to support the creation of an Indigenous Guardians Network in Southeast Alaska that will build up local capacity for monitoring and data collection that inform natural resource management decisions, especially as it relates to customary and traditional use, also referred to as subsistence. climate change adaptation, heritage sites, and traditional ecological knowledge. So Clinton and Haida will be able to sub-award or pass through funds to support local staff and projects with participating tribes. And so this is going to be something that we look forward to providing updates as that network grows. And then just something to put on everyone's respective calendars. The Southeast Regional Advisory Council meeting will be having their winter meeting here in Ketchikan. That is going to be taking place October 25th through the 27th. Testimony and comments are going to be accepted in person as well as on the phone. So that does cover what I have before me, just highlighting some of the accomplishments or ongoing work with tribes. I do acknowledge that this list does not have any examples with the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood. So that is going to be one of my commitments, is to assure that our agency is doing a better job to follow through with that existing MOU that the Forest Service has as Grand Camp Convention, Grand Camp. And I look forward to being able to further this relationship. So Gunnar Chish for allowing me to be a part of your agenda. I will yield back my time.
Thank you. Who do we have? Who do we have up? Does somebody have their hand up online?
Madam Chair.
Brother McCormick?
I just had a question for our speaker. Are we allowed to ask questions?
Yes, go ahead.
I noticed that they're doing place names towards Indigenous, back to their original names, to their Indigenous names. And I was wondering, since you're working around the Tontaquan, Sonyaquan area, Ketchikan and Saxman, I was wondering if you guys were going to give appropriate signage to Ward Lake, as it's the trauma that happened there, and to raise awareness on why Ward Lake even exists, due to the I'm trying to find the appropriate name, but it's an internment camp, and to let the visitors know why it's there, and to give the appropriate respects to the Aleuts.
Well, good exchange for your question. I do know that this is on the radar of the respective district ranger, and this is something that can be brought up to make sure that we're honoring, the full history when it comes to these areas that are now considered under the management of the Forest Service. So I would be happy to share my contact information in the chat so we can further this communication and be able to share that our ranger is going to be in a position to honor this request. So.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else with their hand up online? All right, well, thank you very much. Thank you so much for your presentation. We appreciate you.
Madam Chair.
I can't hear.
I can't hear the chair.
Same here.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry, we had to fix the microphone. Yes. Is that Brother McCormick?
Yes, I was just noticing that no one virtually could hear you either.
Yes, we had microphone issues. Thank you. Is Sister Cecilia Tavalero prepared with the presentation for the Natives Without Land?
Yes, Grand President.
Thank you very much.
Somewhere. I'm sorry, I have two computers going here because one doesn't have a camera. Well, it's good to look at the grass. Beneath to A&B and ANS Grand Camp Convention for allowing us to speak and give an update on the landless. Is there feedback on your end? Oh gosh. Okay, let me turn the one off.
Yes, you have to mute one of the two computers.
I don't know how to get out of it. I'm sorry, folks. Is that better?
Yes, that's perfect.
Great, thank you so much. Sorry about that. Chish to A&B ANS Grand Camp for allowing the landless to give an update. A&B ANS Grand Presidents, Executive Committeemen, Grand Officers, honored delegates, and guests. Hitle Yuchatu Isak, Yel Ka Doktain Tana Chatsiti. Chad Hit Ayachat, Colombian Yadi Ayachat, Yanyedi Dutchkhan Chatsiti. And my grandmother is Kagwantan Yadi. My Tlingit name is Hitle. I am Raven of the Duktain Tan clan, and I have been involved with the landless community's effort to get included in ANCSA for a few years. So our update is hopeful for us. This is for Alaska Natives Without Land and the Southeast Alaska Landless Corporation. We've had numerous delegations of our team members go to Washington, D.C. and meet with a number of legislative assistants of the administration and also of the senators of, the committeemen of the Energy and Natural Resources Committees. Some of these include Chuy Garcia, Democrat from Illinois, and I hope I'm not mispronouncing his name, legal assistant of Bernie Sanders, Senator Cortez Masto, and Senator Mark Kelly. These are a number of Democrat legislators. And we have mostly met with Republicans because our bills were introduced in the past from our congressional delegation, who at the time Congressman Don Young was championing for us. He was a Republican. So also we've had our team members meet with Merrill Herrick who is USDA Deputy Undersecretary and the Chief of Staff of the USDA Office of the Secretary of Natural Resources and Environment. The team had an opportunity to meet with Congresswoman Mary Peltola, and that was very fortuitous because she is in favor of our bill, and she has introduced a bill on our behalf on the Democrat side, making our bill a bipartisan bill. So this is for the first time, and we're very encouraged by this, and we thank Congresswoman Mary Peltola very much for her support. Since we last presented, we have also continued to foster a working relationship with SEAC, also the communities, we've had communities and tribal meetings, and keeping in touch with our neighbors and letting them know what's going on with us. Communication, as we know, is very important. I do have some words from Nicole Hollingstead, and I'm not sure if she's still with us. She did have some appointments she needed to get to.
Cecilia,
Nicole?
I'm here.
Great. Go ahead, Nicole. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Ganesh Chish to all of the delegates and honored members assembled here at Grand Convention. I am Nicole Chakla Hollingstead. I am born and raised in Petersburg, Alaska. I am Tukdington. I thank my clan sister Cecilia for allowing me to share this time with her today. I am Raven Sea Pigeon. I am also a child of the killer whale Tsakwedi Yadi. And as Cecilia mentioned, our representatives met with many people in Congress last week and at federal agencies, and we're very encouraged by the progress that we're making this year. And it is entirely appropriate that we are assembled here together as the united strength of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood, which is where our history of collective human rights took its roots with the ANB and the ANS to talk about the landless. ANB and ANS has planted Alaska Native roots in the places of our ancestors, and you have stood firmly upon those lands for over 100 years. The landless communities want the same thing, of course, to plant our roots in the soil and to watch them grow. So we turn to you for your continued support of this cause. And as Cecilia mentioned, we are farther along with our legislation than ever before, with good bipartisan support. And we know this sounds a little bit like Groundhog's Day, because every 2-year Congress, we need to have the bill introduced in the House and in the Senate. It has to go to its appropriate committee, be heard by that committee, then receive markup out of that committee and come out as a combined bill that then has to go to a vote. We have gone through this for at least 5 congressional sessions, and we're very excited at the progress we're making this year, and it will be a strong push to the end of this calendar year to try to see our legislation included in passage before December 31st. So here are a few ways that we can ask you to help us make this difference. The first, of course, is simply continuing to support the resolution that convention has passed, supporting the landless effort. If you happen to be a Sea Alaska shareholder, a second way you can support this effort is to look for your paper newsletter. There's a pull-out postcard that is addressed to the correct committee in the Senate. Please sign your name, a small statement of support, and mail that in. Those postcards do make a difference when they're received in congressional offices. The third way is simply for anybody, anywhere, whether you're a tribal member, a shareholder, or a concerned citizen who wants to support the landless, you can go to the website. It is www.withoutland.org. Scroll to the bottom, and you can add your name to a list of people who support this legislation. It's just a few simple clicks, And even if you've done it before, we do ask you to refresh your name, as this list gets updated constantly depending on whom we're talking with in Congress. So these are quick and easy ways you can continue to show your support of the land list. And I'd like to just close with a quote from my own grandmother, Amy Yahyedi Hollingsted. She wrote this in a letter to Congress in 1947, 75 years ago. And we're still talking about the same issues of concern. And it's appropriate that as convention now meets in the last days of fall, as we go into winter, to hear these thoughts from my grandmother, Amy. And this is what she wrote in her letter. We have thought about this matter and talked about it in the long evenings of the past autumn. We have decided why the real reason our possessions are being taken from us, like the land under our feet, is that we are human beings and not wolves or bears. The men from Washington have set aside many millions of acres on which wolves or bears may not be disturbed, and nobody objects to that. Perhaps if we were wolves or bears, we could have just as much protection, but we are only human beings. Please help us. As Amy said, we do deserve the rights to our land, just as our relatives, the wolves and bears, do. So please help us bring the last of these Angsa lands home to our 5 landless communities of Haines, Teneke, Wrangell, Petersburg, and Ketchikan. Goodness sheesh for your time. Thank you so much.
Sheesh, Nicole. We always appreciate hearing past Grand President Amy Hollingsted's words of wisdom. Sheesh. So I would like to offer a challenge for our members. It was A&B and ANS. We were the catalyst for this movement to get land back that was stolen from us. We'd like you to push yourselves to come out and do one of these recommended efforts to show your support verbally or written. Nachish for hearing us. Thank you for fighting for us. That's what this is about. It's a fight, and we intend to win because we are A&B and ANS, and we have a good solid foundation helping us. One of our main mantras before we start a lot of our meetings is seek justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with your God. Gunashish for the time.
Thank you so much, Sister Cecilia Taballero and Sister Nicole Hollingstad. Do we have any questions for them? It looks like they both left us. I will turn this over to Brother Paul Johnson.
All your sisters back in here that need to be here. Yeah. Okay. Ganeshish, ANS Grand President Delby. I'm very pleased to introduce our keynote speaker, and please bear with me. I'm going to read her bio, which is the short version and is very impressive. And you'll see why the executive committee was so intent on having this young professional Native woman come speak to you before our organization. Ms. Nicole Borromeo serves as the Executive Vice President and General Counsel for the Alaska Federation of Natives. Hailing from the village of McGrath, Borromeo is a shareholder of Doyon Limited, the Angsa Corporation, Regional Corporation for the Interior of Alaska, and she serves on the board as board chairman of MTNT, representing 4 interior Alaska villages. In addition to providing executive level leadership, Ms. Borromeo advises AFN board and president on a wide variety of Alaska Native legislative and litigation matters, including civil and voting rights. Prior to joining AFN, Ms. Borromeo held positions with reputable law firms as Hobbs, Strauss, Dean and Walker, Patton Boggs, Snosky, Chambers, Sash, Miller, and Munson. Her legal work has included researching policies, regulations, and laws related to federally recognized tribes, analyzing matters impacting Alaska Native corporations, and representing tribes and tribal consortia in a wide variety of areas, including government affairs, business transaction infrastructure development. Ms. Borromeo's volunteer civic engagement includes participation in the U.S. Department of Energy's Indian Country Energy and Infrastructure Work Group, to which she was appointed in 2017. Additionally, she's a founding board member of Justice Not Politics Alaska, a nonpartisan organizational promoting the independence in Alaska's judiciary. Since 2008, Ms. Borromeo has also served as a mentor to girls, young women, and minorities of all ages who are considering legal and judicial careers through the Color of Justice program. In closing, for all the reasons above, but the primary reason I asked Ms. Nicole Borromeo to serve as our keynote speaker for this year's convention is not only is she recognized for the incredible work and advocacy she has done on behalf of not only rural Alaska, but all Alaskans in the fight against redistricting and the means of voter suppression. And more recently, she's been in areas of fighting for digital equity and broadband for rural Alaska and for our people. It is my great pleasure to introduce Ms. Nicole Borromeo, this convention's keynote speaker. Sergeant Arms, please recognize her. So you might want to stand on this side of the stage a little bit like that.
Okay. Goodness, geez, thank you very much. I appreciate the warm welcome. Is the mic working? Okay, I just can't hear it, but I have flown 4,000 miles through 4 time zones to be here with you today. And when I was in DC yesterday, day before, and I think the day before that, attending the Tribal Clean Energy Summit, meeting with the White House Domestic Policy Council and Office of Technology and Science, as well as Treasury officials, because it's important to be in the room. So when Mr. Johnson, who was my old teacher at Mount Edgecombe, asked me to come and talk to A&B today, it really was an honor. And oftentimes when people keynote, they get up in front of you and say it's a privilege and an honor to be here, but it truly is a privilege and an honor to address you today. It is also nice to see so many familiar faces. I see Rob Sanderson over there in the corner, one of our former board members. And I want to thank the Grand Camp for inviting me to speak. If you're meeting me for the first time, my name is Nicole Borromeo. I'm Executive Vice President and General Counsel for the Alaska Federation of Natives. I've served in this position for almost 10 years. My grandparents are the late Don and Alice Harris. My parents are Peter and Joe Royal and Jim Ellis. I grew up in McGrath. I'm the first college graduate in my family. And while I hold a law degree from the University of Washington, my most treasured diploma and truly comes from Mount Edgecombe High School, where I learned about the rich history of A&B and ANS. During my time at AFN, I've worked with many of you in the room on voting issues and protecting the rights of Alaska Natives to invest in our tribal communities and Native entities and ensuring that those investments come home like we deserve. At convention later this month, I'll be talking more about our Navigator program, which has helped many tribes and tribal organizations succeed in bringing home this once-in-a-generation federal investment, as well as meeting very stringent reporting and compliance obligations. But to give you a sneak peek at the effect that the Navigator program has had on the state of Alaska, to date, we have helped return over $400 million to Alaska, and most of that will be through broadband. Also through federal funding formula allocations that, while not fair in the first instance, we have gone back to Treasury and told them that they got the allocation wrong, that you cannot focus just on population or just on the way that you typically divide up federal funding formulas. So we have changed Treasury's mind on more than one occasion, which has not happened until this administration. Thank you. But today, it's my honor to speak with you about our long struggle to advance the civil rights and to achieve true equality in our society. The Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood has been an important, unshakable leader in this work, and I'm thankful that you've chosen civil rights as your theme this year. The fight for equality in our society is far from over. 77 years ago, Elizabeth Peradovich addressed the Alaska State Legislature in February 1945, famously declaring, "I would not have expected that I, who am barely out of savagery, would have to remind gentlemen with 5,000 years of recorded civilization behind them of our Bill of Rights. It's one of my favorite quotes. Alaska Natives, though, are still being treated like second-class citizens in many ways. Achieving equal footing in our homelands will require keeping our eyes open to injustice and to using a unified voice to oppose it whenever and wherever we see it. It's true we've made important advances in the past century for progress. Don't forget, 100 years ago, Native people didn't have the right to vote in this country. Even decades after the 14th and 15th Amendments of our Constitution were enacted to supposedly guarantee equal protection under the law. Civil rights are more than voting rights. Civil rights are about our individual ability to live the lives as we choose, to speak our minds, to receive quality education, to make fundamental choices about our lives, our bodies, and our families. Tribal sovereignty and the right to subsist, those are civil rights too. But our ability to vote without discrimination or obstruction and on ballots printed in languages of our people is essential to maintaining our democracy. Sorry, the mic is being a little testy. That's okay, we persevere. Voting is how we hold our public servants accountable, to support those fighting for justice and to remove those who would advance discrimination. Your vote is your voice, and it's how we collectively advance the changes that we need. Please vote this November. If you're not registered, you need to be registered by October 9th. And make sure that your friends, family, and neighbors are registered to vote too. For decades, Alaska Natives have struggled against politicians in the state and across this country who have sought to deny or diminish our voice at the ballot box. We know too well the attempt by some to limit the ballot translations and to move our polling places and make it harder for rural Alaskans to cast their ballots. We will not be deterred in our right to exercise our rights. This type of discrimination is and always will be wrong. Almost 10 years ago, the United States Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act, removing an important protection for Alaska Native voters. You might not know this, but outside of the southern states, Alaska and Arizona were the only two states that were protected by the Voting Rights Act. The court tore out that system that had been in place since 1965 that protected languages and minority voters in states with histories of long discrimination, such as Alaska. Whereas prior to gutting the VRA, the Justice Department had to approve changes by states. That no longer is the case. But the Alaska Native legacy of fighting for our civil rights is just as long as the efforts to sideline us. We know that these problems won't fix themselves. From Elizabeth Peradovich, who successfully fought against discrimination in the 1940s, to Katie John, a champion who battled in the courts for decades, beginning in the 1980s to secure our subsistence rights. We do the hard work for as long as it lasts to defend our rights and our way of life. Recently, I was asked to serve on the Alaska State Redistricting Board and to redraw Alaska's legislative districts based on the 2020 census data. Now, that may sound uninteresting. Believe it or not, I don't make maps in my spare time, let alone legislative maps. But if you followed the news about redistricting, you know that it was anything but humdrum. My duty as a redistricting board member, there were 5 of us, was to draw a map that every Alaskan would then have the meaningful opportunity to vote for a candidate of their choice. A fair map. All 5 of us who were appointed to the redistricting board came with that same constitutional duty. All 5 of us did not uphold it equally. There were 2 Alaska Natives on the redistricting board the last cycle, myself and Melanie Banky of Nome. Thanks to our perseverance, our tenacity, our ability to read the case law, to master the software, to travel around the state and attend 24 of the 26 public meetings that were held about the mapping process, and to challenge the 3-member majority who would otherwise advance the voting rights of non-natives into natives and other minority districts. We now have case law in the state that clearly says the next time a redistricting board tries to engage in gerrymandering, where you suppress the votes of some for the extension of others, that will be unconstitutional under Alaska's Equal Protection Clause. There is no other state in the union that has ruled partisan gerrymandering unconstitutional. Melanie and I did that this year through the redistricting board. And when the board went back after the Supreme Court found our actions collectively unconstitutional, the 3-member majority decided to double down and gerrymander in a different way. So they took the conservative district of Eagle River and they paired it, instead of this time with Muldoon, they paired it with Girdwood. Melanie and I and Alaskans from across the state fought this just as hard as we fought the first unconstitutional gerrymandering of pairing Eagle River with Muldoon. In the end, the Supreme Court has said definitively, by creating new case law, that when a board is defunct and will not follow the Constitution, that the court can force the board to adopt a more constitutional map where one exists. These two advances in case law will carry the next generation of Alaskans and the next board as it sits down to map and draw our new legislative boundaries. I'm proud to say we have a fairer map than we've ever had in the state of Alaska. We have 40 districts that truly are balanced and do not take partisanship into consideration. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, when we were drafting the Senate pairings, that's where things got a little off the track, as you would say, and the gerrymandering happened. But we remain steadfast, just as you have, in advocating for Alaska's collective civil rights and the civil rights of Alaska Natives, and we have persevered. Sometimes it can be difficult professionally and personally to swim against the current, to not just go along with what others want. But I can honestly tell you, especially after serving on the redistricting board, that at the end of the day, doing what you know in your heart and your mind is right makes every moment of the struggle worth it. I'm so grateful to be here with you among friends as we talk about the importance of advancing our civil rights. I will always stand with A&B and ANS and help you however I can to defend our families, our communities, and our culture. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here with you today. And if there's one message I can leave you with, it's please vote. Please vote. We had an excellent turnout, for the census. We have the fairest maps that we've ever had in our history with the redistricting process. And all of that will be for nothing if we don't vote. We have to turn out our communities. We have to turn out our people. It's the only way that politicians will listen. Encourage your family members, your neighbors, your community members to vote too. Vote like your rights depend on it, because they do. I'm happy to spend a little bit of time after answering questions if you have any. And if you don't, thank you again so much for this true honor and privilege to be here with you today. Kind of scared to move. This mic is staticky and glitchy. I dare not put it down.
Thank you, Nicole. We'll see here. Dots, is there anybody's hands up online asking questions? I did see there was a question if she will take questions after. Okay.
No, not currently.
Okay. Sister Paulette. There we go. Pretty good hype, man. Yeah, no, you're awesome, man. That's the truncated bio. All this kind of stuff people last now.
Gunakchish, Paulette Marino, Alaska Native Sisterhood Executive Committee member. We would like to stand here today and thank you for your words, the power in which you've delivered them, and the unselfish and profound work that you are doing. When one of our own rises up into the ranks and into these difficult situations, such as Elizabeth Wanamaker-Peradovich, and women and men such as yourself, it is something that truly does humble us as a people. Our prayers, our thoughts, and our support are with you as you continue to go out into the halls, continue to go out and fight the good fight, as ANB and ANS has done for several years. The work that you're doing with voting is very important. I just voted in a little town in Gustavus just a few weeks ago, and I just received a letter last week saying that not all my vote had counted. And that is a feeling that is not, that doesn't feel good after we have fought so hard. So our other lady who came here and was speaking about voting, I gave her the information to investigate it and take a look into it. So what you're doing and the work that you're doing is very important. Thank you for traveling so far and in such a good way. Your words have lifted us up and encouraged us. My thought is this: as we go forward and look at our right to vote, and redistricting is taking place in so many of our communities in Southeast Alaska and throughout Alaska, there is a tremendous land grab and sea grab that is taking place, and much land and much areas of the sea are being taken and sold to people from down south. We are concerned about that here in Alaska. Is there any legislation or any bill that you would encourage ANS or ANB to support that you're very passionate about? And once again, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. I don't have a particular bill to point you to when it comes at the state level for land issues. ANFN works very closely though with Sea Alaska, Tlingit Haida, and other members of your tribes and village corporations on the landless tribes and villages in Southeast. We have been, hard at work at that for decades. We're going to stay hard at work until that situation is rectified. The most important thing that I think we can do as Alaska Natives is to truly understand what I call the holy trinity of the census, voting, and redistricting. And once we can really wrap our minds around how this works and how they relate, we will be able to see ourselves in the halls of Congress, in Juneau, in that governor's mansion. I fully expect in my lifetime that we will have an Alaska Native governor. I think Alaska Native will also have a senator relatively, hopefully in the next term or two. And when we do have friends who are elected to state office and to federal office, we have to do everything in our power to maintain their position, because seniority is important, especially in Congress.
President Quinto.
Thank you very much. I'm Marcelo Quinto. I'm the Grand President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. And I had several things. I think you're well aware that the voting issues for us here in the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood is very, very important. And as I look at what's going on today in terms of the news, it becomes even more critical as far as I could see today. I think more, I was going to ask is, what is the percentage of Native vote in the past history, in voting? Because there's always been very important issues that have they're directed really towards us. And so I think that we need to try to encourage, like you said, each other to vote. I said I think the other thing I know is that because we're a civil rights organization, we're really on your side, and we want to know how to help to encourage the people in the smaller communities to vote this year, especially as we go down with the women's issues. As you talk about redistricting and many other areas that they try to get our votes, not to count. I think we really are in a situation where if we can write letters, if we can encourage our camps and our small community to vote, I certainly would like to do that in the next few days, because I know how critical that vote is. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those questions, President Quinto. We have done tremendous as Alaska Natives at registering our communities and our people to vote. Our registration numbers hover anywhere from 85 to 90%. Where we continue to fall short is actually voting. So if we have a 80 to 90, 85 to 90% registration vote, but we are only turning out at the polls at 40%, that's not good enough. And we're not going to be able to turn the dial unless we can get people showing up to vote. That's why at AFN this year, we are making a very big push to get our people to vote early and get it done, because who knows what's going to happen on November 8th. You may have a family emergency, a work project may be due. Bad weather may prevent you from getting to the polls. So please vote early. You can vote early in Anchorage, Fairbanks, Juneau, Nome, and Wasilla. You can also vote early absentee. Both of those will be counted. If you vote by mail, and this is really important because it's not widely understood, it may be one of the reasons why ballots were rejected in very high numbers, especially from the YK Delta the last cycle at almost 20% in that district, is you have to get someone to witness it. Not just if you make an X, but even if you sign your name, you absolutely must have that ballot witnessed before you put it in the post office. Otherwise, it won't be counted. Your other question about how we can work together is through meetings such as this, absolutely, for sure. And this is something I'm going to take back to AFN's leadership as well, because we need to do a better job of outreaching to you guys. You have led the way. You have made it possible for us to be where we're at in a lot of ways as Alaska Natives, and we can do a better job of being a partner to you. So I want to extend that and say that we will do better in the future. We are in the trenches constantly taking fire. So if we're not doing the type of outreach that we should be doing, it's not because we don't value your leadership or we don't see you as a partner. It's just that we are trying to survive the next wave of enemy attack, so to speak. And I'll leave you with one true story about how important it is to vote, in case anyone thinks that your vote doesn't matter and you're just one person. Alaska had the first Alaska Native Speaker of the House a couple terms ago, Bryce Edgman from Dillingham area, Yupik. Speaker Edgman won the primary through a coin toss. In his primary election, they were dead equal heat, him and the incumbent. Under state law, they had to flip a coin, and that's how he advanced to the general election. He sailed through the general election, and he's been elected ever since. But we cannot leave this election up to a coin toss. So if members of your family or community are thinking that they don't matter, they do. Every vote counts. We have such a small population here that a spread of 50 votes will determine certain elections. So we have to get people out to the polls.
Thoughts? Anybody online with their hand up? Any questions? Okay, those people that might have a question later on, please feel free to email the grant secretaries and we'll pass on accordingly. We want to thank Ms. Borromeo for her time. As you know, she's probably jet lagged and all those great things, but I am personally very gratified to see a young professional go out and do great things, and we know they're great things for us. Thank you very much on behalf of Grand Camp, and we'll pass over to the president. Sergeant Arms, can you please escort Ms. Borromeo back?
Yes, thank you very much for your support. We'll take a 15-minute break. Thank you. Is it on now? There we go. Hey, just take a few seconds here. Just want to tell you that we do have a few guests in our audience that is here to encourage us, and we appreciate it very much. You know, is it anyway, Evelyn Hadlin? Evelyn Hadlin, please. Thank you. Please stand. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for coming. Rob Sanderson. Thank you very much for coming. Jimmy Williams, they are a great, one of the guys that always kept us going in our A&B conventions before. We're welcome to see him here. Jimmy, thank you for coming. Let's see you. All right. Very much. Thank you. And Andy Hart, where are you at? Oh, right there. Okay. All right, Andy, thank you very much. Testing. Here we are. Yeah, can we take our seats? We'd like to get back. We're staying pretty close on time. We're going to try to make it out for the first time I've been coming to convention on a timely basis. So please take your seat. Mr. Morrison. I need a double. Oh. Yeah. Hey, everybody, will you please take your seat? We're going to have our treasury report, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? The good news is we don't have any money to worry about. Bad news is we have no money. Seriously, with the, is it me? Am I too electric? Okay. I think it's my hearing aids. Well, you have old-fashioned ones. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, how's that? I can lip read too, so don't be afraid to respond. In the beginning of this year, our funds in the trust fund went amazingly from 970,000 to hopefully by the end of the day, we'll have somewhere under 780,000. And we're still waiting to receive funds from Sea Alaska from that amount. And it's been a struggle. So we're actually working off of last year's funds. So if I wrote you checks and they're bouncing, don't be afraid, I can write you some more. But hopefully by tomorrow, for those who are waiting for their reimbursements and the like, I will have those ready for you by tomorrow. And I know all of you are praying for that as well. So that is my report. Do you have any questions? Yes, sir. Thank you.
And I can
Thank you for
confirm there
that
are
fine
no
report.
questions online.
You should have sang a song for all that with them.
And actually, we do have a hand up from Beverly Russell.
There's a hand raised. Where? Sister Beverly.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I have a question. Will the A and B presenting their budget?
What was that? That's the budget is that Saturday, correct? Saturday morning.
Thank you.
Mhm. We miss you. All right. Heather? Yes. I want to thank Daphne. She's very helpful in trying to keep me under control. I need it. Yeah. So I have a lot. I want to say thank you to all of you because it takes all of you to keep me in line. So thank you. Except Janet.
Bylaws, okay. Okay. My apologies. I'll be just one moment. Been working with the boiler room and the great staff here at APU to get all the resolutions printed for distribution. The A and B Grand Secretary is also working to get the virtual link out to everybody so you have access to the resolutions. Okay, at this time, thank you so very much for your time. I'm Heather Gerko, A and B Executive Committee Member. Hi, everybody online. Prior to convention, according to our bylaws, there was a bylaw addition submitted to all camps with 30 days notice. I will review that bylaw now. A and B Grand Secretary, does DOTS have the wording for the bylaw?
Hi there, this is Michael from DOTS. We're still awaiting the entire package of resolution files, so we'll stand by for that, please.
Thank you. And just so you know, Michael, this will be only the bylaw change. I believe you're waiting for that. So I'll go ahead with the beginning part. So A and B Camp 49 has submitted, and ANS Camp 49 has submitted a recommendation for a bylaw change for the body to consider. This is in accordance with our mission, which is Article 2. The mission of the A and B and the ANS is to better the lives of Native people and their families, to fight for civil rights and the land rights for all Native people, to share the cultural knowledge, wisdom, and artistic beauty of Native tribal societies, and to strive for a spirit of brotherhood and sisterhood among all people. Within the bylaws of our Constitution and bylaws under Grand Camp 1.01, the purpose of Grand Camp bylaws, the purpose of these bylaws is to provide detailed procedures for the operation of the Grand Camp. GC 1.02 requires us to do amendments of bylaws in a particular fashion, which I explained earlier, but I'll read it directly. These bylaws may be amended by any session, these bylaws may be amended at any session of the Grand Camp by a majority vote, provided that the proposed amendment has been submitted to the local camps at least 30 days prior to the convening of the Grand Camp, in which such amendment will be considered for adoption. And I can go ahead and read the addition at this time. The recommendation was it would be GC 1.01. I would have to lean into the A and B and ANS Grand Secretaries for the correct numerical addition. I apologize online. We will get those up for you. What is it? Okay. So I'll go ahead and read it and then we'll put it up for display. Grand Camp 1.02 and the number to be added. Inclusivity is at the core of civil rights. The A and B and the ANS are committed to welcoming and respecting all members and demonstrating the myriad of ways we value their well-being. We work together to ensure diverse voices are heard and included. We are committed to a safe and respectful space for all faiths and religious spiritual beliefs. We welcome members of all races, ethnicities, ages, gender expressions, religions, and spiritualities, as well as members with disabilities, differing economic statuses, and other diverse backgrounds. Mr. Chair, that is a recommended bylaw addition.
The bylaw change. Okay. Yes, go ahead, Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, we are waiting for DOTS to display the recommended bylaw change. So that will happen momentarily. Thank you.
Yeah, Jen, go ahead.
Executive Committee woman, through the chair, Executive Committee woman, would you like that posted in the chat?
I can't hear you, so I'm sorry.
Would you like that Post it in the chat. I have it pasted in and can push enter if you'd like.
Post it in the chat for distribution. Okay. Thank you.
All right, yeah, please, yeah,
If you
because they need your help here. Yeah, we need to make a motion yeah, Peter, go ahead.
Delegates, Peter Nowrose, Camp 70, Glacier Valley. I move the bylaw amendment or bylaw change that was just read to us, that is in our chat box, and would ask for a second.
It's seconded by Eric Morrison. All right, I think they're trying to put it up on the screen, are they not?
Yeah, so this is Michael from Dots. We're just awaiting the file. It has not been sent to us yet, so we'll put that up as soon as we receive it. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and create a ballot for bylaw change.
Oh, it will be in the chat. Is that what you could? Oh, but it will not go on the screen. Okay.
Excellent.
Okay.
Yeah, if it can be put in the chat, we can grab it from there as well and put it up on screen.
Okay. We give it a minute or two so they can get it up on the screen so everybody will be able to see it. Thank you. That's okay.
There are two hands raised, by the way, Cecilia Cavaliero and Beverly Russell.
Yeah. I think it's up there yet. Paul, go ahead. There's a hand up online. Will you give us a minute, please? Yes. It's out of order. No. If they're blonde, blue eye, go ahead. And Norwegian.
Through the chair, Dots, are you able to access the wording that was put in the chat?
Yep, we're just quickly turning it into a power. Oh, there we go.
Thank
We
you
got
so
it up
very
there for
much.
you. Yeah, you're very welcome.
There it is. Okay, wasn't there somebody on? Cecilia, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
I can't. Go ahead. Floor is yours. Go ahead.
Actually, Mr. Chair, Sister Beverly Russell had her hand raised first.
Sister Beverly.
Yes, I speak in favor of this bylaw change. I believe it's important that we support all and welcome all to our organization. I think it will only encourage all to consider joining.
Yeah, Sister Bev, we got a correction coming up before we can move it, please.
Tam, it's being sent to you. I apologize. There it is.
Here, you want to tell them what they corrected?
Through the chair, what is up displayed at this moment is not the correct bylaw change. That is our current bylaw. Thank you. It's been sent on to the grant secretary and heading over to dots. Thank you. They should have it.
Dots, are you getting the correction?
We're just working on making that a sort of a viewable PowerPoint. So we'll
Thank
be
you.
right with you.
Yes, sir. This is just basically inclusive for all. Right, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It was moved by Peter, seconded by someone else. Peter, it was moved by Peter.
Are we ready? Yep.
I did it to the chat. They said they got it. It's not a resolution, it's a bylaw change. So this would be the whatever the recommendation of the secretary would have to go. The condition. This is the wording. But this is just what I read. That's what people are. So in case you have to refer to it. And if there's any edits, I did do the edits. As we go.
Tam, did you have some? Okay. All right, the bylaw edition is up on the board. Can everybody see it? It was moved by Peter Nero and second by Eric. And Jan, you got a question? Yes. Okay. Cecilia, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You gotta speak up, dear.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I am going to speak against this bylaw change as it is written. And the reason is because we already provide for all of these things that are listed here, with the exception of gender expressions. That's something that's fairly new in our society. For the main reason, I do not want to go into a bathroom and have a man in there because I just don't want it. It would make me feel uncomfortable. And same thing with my grandchildren. I have young granddaughters and I don't want them to have some guy in the bathroom with them. This is something that's, like I said, fairly new. All the other stuff in this bylaws, like I said, I believe it's already included in our organization's constitution and bylaws. But if this goes forward, I would like to make an amendment to delete gender expressions, because that's gray. It's not solid black and white. And so that is my amendment.
All right. Thank you. Yes. Sister Paulette, go ahead.
Thank you. Paulette Marino, Alaska Native Sisterhood Executive Committee member. For information purposes, I just had a question to the maker of the potential change, bylaw change. By definition, a bylaw, or as it is mostly commonly known, the United States bylaws, is a set of rules or laws established by an organization or community as so to regulate its members or the said body. So is this bylaw change that we are speaking of in regards to, I'm looking at our Grand Camp Constitution, page 10, GC 100 and then 1.01, purpose of Grand Camp bylaws. And it says the purpose of the Grand Camp bylaws are to provide a detailed procedure for the operation of the Grand Camp. So where is it being proposed that this would go into our Constitution? And I'm wondering that for information purposes.
So GC 101.02.
02. So would it be in addition to 1.02? Would the wording become in place of what is currently there?
It's an addition.
In addition, would the addition be before the existing bylaw or after the existing bylaw?
It's after, isn't it?
Through the chair, that's where I lean into our grant secretaries. It may be an A, B, or C if appropriate, but I think that's a valid point. So is that something that we need to decide at this moment? What the numbering would be of the bylaw? Mr. Chair is asking the following.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And further, as that will be responded to you, thank you, Executive Committee Member through the Chair, Heather Gerko, because bylaws are very important. And it is very important when our body is looking at potentially changing our Grand Camp bylaws. So before I decide on this matter, I would just like to know specifically where it would go, because the wording before or after it is very important. So if that could be clarified, I'd very much appreciate it. Thank you.
She said it was going after.
After. So if it is going after the 1.01, then it would read GC 1.01 purpose of Grand Camp bylaws. The purpose of these bylaws is to provide detailed procedure for the operation of Grand Camp, period. Inclusively is at the core of civil rights. The ANB and ANS are committed to welcoming and respecting all members and demonstrating the myriad ways we value their well-being. We will work together to ensure diverse voices are heard and included. We are committed to a safe and respectful space for all faiths and religious and spiritual beliefs. We welcome members of all race, ethnicities, ages, gender expressions, religions, and spirituality, as well as members with disabilities, differing economic status, and other diverse backgrounds. That is correct?
That's correct.
Thank you for that
That's correct.
clarification.
Yeah, we have another. Who? I'm sorry, what's that? Yeah, Eric has had first name and then Ginger. You had your hand up earlier.
Yeah.
You got a mic for Eric.
Thank you, Mr. President. I speak in support of this resolution. And the reason is that, as you're aware, those of us who have attended a number of conventions, as early as in Portland and even before that in Juneau, we've had youth committees. And one of their main focuses was concerns over the emphasis with which we use Christianity. And I'm all in support of Christianity, but I'm also in support of Native rights and Native spirituality. If you go to National Organizations for American Indians, you will see they use their Native spirituality, which speaks to the same as Christianity, but the emphasis is on Native spirituality. So if we work to accept this, I would propose that we have a committee to work and modernize our Grand Camp in order to reflect our Native spirituality that we used to have, and offer Dr. Sobolov to be chair of that committee to work on resolution of a way we can keep our spirituality, but not the emphasis on Christianity, which many have had scars in boarding schools and churches that have reflected their wellness and their spiritual and mental well-being. So I would like to propose that as well if this passes. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Brother Ginger McCormick.
Ginger McCormick, Camp 14. I like to speak in favor. Gender expressions is not something new. It's been quite erased and shut out for many generations, and I'm extremely happy that Grand Camp is willing to acknowledge the different gender expressions. By having gender expressions, it does not mean gender neutral bathrooms. And I agree, Cecilia has concerns. The rape within our communities is extremely high. So if it's a one stalled bathroom, I'd be for gender neutral bathrooms as well. But with multiple stalls, we're not going in that direction. And having a gender expressions does not mean gender neutral bathrooms. But I do think that we need to acknowledge all genders and be exclusive to all communities. And I believe that our camps will grow by being very inclusive.
Thank you very much, Sister Last Chase.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to speak in favor of this motion, not just as the ANS Camp 49 president, but also as the ANS Grand Treasurer. With this being a younger generation, and I can say this firsthand because this is my 4th year at convention. With that being said, each and every year, and why as president, I helped support this along with our local camp members, is that over the last 4 years, and the last time, or my very first convention was back in 2019, which was here in Anchorage. At that time, as a younger generation, let alone my first time being here, I was genuinely upset. I saw a lot of the time at that time, we're supposed to be working together as brothers and sisters. At that time, instead, we were spending the majority of our time fighting with one another. It's not just the way we operate, but it's the way that our bylaws are written and how we operate that is causing the problem. And noticing that not only are the bylaws, is it not just, you know, having that inclusivity. We're supposed to be an organization, a civil rights organization. If we're just going to strip that away, how are we going to last the next 100 years is the honest question. You know, we need to be able to adapt. Unfortunately, we're not going back to the times, you know, back in the day, earlier days when we started. And historically speaking, there has been trauma affiliated with other things. And that's why we want to make that inclusivity there. In addition to it, there has been a decline in Grand Camp because, you know, of other extenuating circumstances. But in addition, it's because people don't feel included because of how our bylaws are written. And, you know, with that note, I at least wanted to leave that because every year that I've come to convention, and I know this is the first year I've come back as a grand officer, and I'm extremely humbled and honored for that. But my worry is if we don't start changing things now, I fear that we may not be around in the next 100 years because we need to be able to adapt as an organization, just like our other organizations that were born out of ANBNS have adapted to the changing times as well. And I feel like as an organization, we need to catch up.
Thank you. Yeah. Sister Rhonda Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, my name is Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp
You need
2
to speak up,
Juneau.
please.
Can you guys hear me better now?
No.
Go ahead and move on to,
to.
you can move on to Jamie Ann and I will adjust my mic and I'll speak after Jamie Ann, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Jamie Ann, go ahead.
Kunishish, Jamie Ann Hasselquist with Camp 2 Juneau. I am speaking in support of this this bill here. And first and foremost, we are an anti-discrimination organization. And what some things have been said here of excluding other people and beliefs and going forward with the forefront that this organization has had is very harmful to people who are decolonizing. The younger generation is decolonizing. They understand what has happened to us through the residential boarding school institutions. They know the harm that has come from the assimilation and the forced Euro Christianity. And we've heard several people say this over and over again, but their words aren't, they're falling on deaf ears and the action's not being taken forward like the arrow on our hats. We're supposed to be moving forward. And so if we can move forward with all the people who have continually said that this harms them, singing Onward Christian Soldiers is harmful. You saw me today take a knee. I took a knee and I held a sign that said, sing a new song. I did that for all the people who did not return home from residential boarding school institutions. This organization has operated the way that it has historically. We hear it here on this floor. Our ancestors did it this way. They had no other choice. We didn't have the freedom of religion until 1978. When Mary Moon, who we learned about last year, was taken to residential boarding school institutions, she came home to Douglas, to Juneau, and the very first conversations of A and B happened in her kitchen. So the things that harmed our people and the way that this organization has continued on is because we didn't have any other choice. But we have the choice now to move forward, to include more people so that this organization can grow again and be the anti-discrimination organization that it has set out to be. There's so many things that we could be fighting together.
for our Native people all over the entire state, including all of this faiths, the spirituality beliefs, and including everyone of all races, ethnicities, ages, gender expressions, religious and spiritualities, disabilities. So I really encourage all of you to take this into consideration, that we're harming people with the Christianity front. We're harming them. We've seen people cry. Last year, we saw one of our camp members cry. And if we continue forward this way, then we are ignoring her emotions. We're ignoring the words. And we are continuing to indoctrinate harm on our own people. Goodness, Chief.
Thank you, Jimmy. Paul Johnson.
Mr. Chairman, this is Rhonda Butler.
Sorry, hold a second. Rhonda, are you ready?
Yes, I am, sir. Can you guys hear me better now?
No.
Maybe you should adjust your mic. I think everyone online can hear me well now. And my name is Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. I'm the president, and I speak in favor of this bylaw change. First, the gender expression is how a person expresses their self and their identity, typically through their appearance, dress, and behavior. That is straight out of the Webster Dictionary. Gender expression doesn't have anything to do with bathrooms. Those are facility-related issues. I am a heterosexual woman. I'm a proud heterosexual woman, but that doesn't mean that I don't support other individuals' gender expression. We are an organization that fights for our civil rights. That is my brother or my sister's civil rights. I think over the last 110 years, we have dwindled almost to nothing. We are barely existing. My children know of this organization, and my children's school knows of this organization because I advocate through them. I teach them about this organization. Our organization isn't at the forefront. We're dying. We're pushing people away with these forced on issues of not being open to anyone and everyone. And I really hope that others, when we look at this change, that we look at this change for our next generations. That's what we're here for. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to just say one thing. I think it's nice that we're all able to speak our piece about how we support or don't support certain issues. But I really think we'd be helpful to ourselves if we can bring it to a point. And I hope that I don't want to, people to not speak their piece, but I really hope that we will come to a point so that we can move on and because we can beat a thing to death forever. Yeah, Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a very interesting experience this summer or spring. Someone name you probably all know, Liesl McGuire, former state senator, is someone I do work with professionally, and she introduced me to the Freedom for All group. And their group was addressing the Equality Act and amendments to the Equality Act at the national federal level. And that group was looking for folks to help, address the very people that gave presentations to our convention about supporting this group in civil rights. And then this side group I had never heard of before, was fighting a battle about equality for people of that community, LGBTQ community. And I felt really terrible that I'm part of a civil rights organization and those type of battles are not being discussed. And I cannot speak from personal, I apologize if I don't say the right way. I don't believe it's a lifestyle. I don't believe it's a personal choice, but I listened intently for something that maybe I did not personally agree with. And I feel the same way with the faith component of it. But what I want to leave you with is the highest percentage group demographic that faces structural discrimination in housing in Alaska is Native LGBTQT. That blew me away over Asian group, African American, any other color group. It was Native LGBTQT. And I started to wonder personally, for me, was I looking away from that group, that demographic, that party of it? And I wonder, is our organization going to be comfortable taking on battles that we may personally, whether our faith, our personal choices are different? This is why I'm supporting this resolution, and why when you hosted your convention and Camp 49 did, and I heard about the right to serve in our military, that's important. Those are people are fighting for their rights. And I believe that the lines are changing, but it doesn't mean the battle is over. So I really, it touched me profoundly, because they told me, they said, Mr. Johnson, there's chances are there's somebody in your immediate circle that identifies as LGBTQT. You don't know it because they're afraid to tell you. And that really put me on the spot. And I think that if we are not able to defend the most minority group, the quietest group of that, then I really have to, figure out, am I doing the best part for that? I just really want to share with you the highest percentage of discriminatory, structural racism, physical violence, LGBTQT Native. That is not an opinion. That is a researched fact. And I'll be happy to share that research. I did share it with the executive committee this summer, but this is why I support this, because it is going to be inclusive to all groups, all allies, Native, non-Native, in that portion. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I got Cam, and then you see. Cam. Oh. Yeah. Okay, Eric, and then Joey.
No, I'm asking for privilege of the
Okay,
floor
Eric, privilege, go
to
ahead.
have our lifelong member who's no longer active, Jimmy from Prince of Wales, to speak.
Jimmy, go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just so excited to come up here and see all of you guys, all my sisters and brothers. I was at the airport when I saw my brothers. So, stand up, brother. I see you over there. Yes, good to see you. Good to see you. I got. I like what's on the board there. And I asked myself, how are we gonna get this message across to our people? Let's get this message in the living room so our young generation could see what our brothers and sisters is fighting for. Last year, I lost 5 members of a family in the community from drugs and alcohol. Today, now I'm going to the meetings in the community and I'm asking them, let's get a rehabilitation center established on this island. Let's see what we could do to protect our people. And I'm telling you, we need something bad. I'm glad to see this brother and sisters still organized. But now we got to come to the schools and promote this organization again and let them know. I like what you got right here, but it's got to go to it's got to go to the schools and the young generations to see what we're doing here. It's important because they're next in line, like Dr. Sobolov used to say to us. Hey, you're next in line. You're going to be sitting there. So now we got to educate our young generation to participate in this, what we got here. I'm happy to be here. I went through an operation, but that's not going to slow me down. I got to go see my brothers and sisters and see you guys. I love you guys. Continue on. You're doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh,
Appreciate it very much. Joey Kita.
Ganesh Chish, Mr. Chair, thank you for this opportunity to speak on the floor. I'm in favor of this motion. I always believed that A&B and ANS were in the forefront of civil rights, not just for our people, but all Alaska Natives when we first began. I believe in this bylaw change because we are going to be innovators and in the forefront again to not exclude any voices from our people. I believe that our organization should always be inclusionary because we always need to have broader perspectives brought to the table and forefront when we're considering issues in the today and into the future. Because it was hard to hear a sister cry about what was going on last year over the meeting. But I do respect my fellow brothers and sisters with their reasons of why of not supporting this. But for us to continue to be the innovators and in the forefront of civil rights for our people, I believe we do need this change to our bylaws. Going to cease for the time on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. I think we have two more there, Andrea Caesar and then James Lanos. And I think we ought to start thinking about bringing this thing to a vote. Andrea? Sister Andrea, can you hear us? We can't hear you. James Lanos, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just
You
wanted
need to speak up, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I don't think this belongs in the bylaws. I think this fits more in the preamble, which oversees not only the bylaws, but the Constitution itself. The bylaws are more try to address the procedural type things, not a philosophy. So putting it in the preamble or in the direct Constitution, I think the preamble would meld real well in the preamble to the Constitution. That's just my comment.
You're speaking against it.
Well, no, I'm speaking for having it in, but not in the bylaws, in the preamble, the overseeing philosophy behind Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood.
All right, thank you. Andrea, are you there? All right. All right. Carol, did you want Carol? Who's that? Paulette?
Thank you to our pro-term Grand Sergeant of Arms. She's doing a wonderful job. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paulette Marino, Alaska Native Sisterhood Executive Committee member. This is a very important and significant time of the decision that is before us right now as the Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood assembled at the 110th convention. 110th. 3 weeks ago, when I was in Gustavus, Alaska, the ancestral homeland of the Hunakawu, Sit Iti Chayi, and then to Wrangell, where I was there with my mother, who was there for healing in regards to the Wrangell Institute and boarding school. I was gifted what I hold in the palm of my hand at this time, 1933. This is a diary of one of the founding fathers of A&B. and it will help me make the decision of how I decide to vote today. Chester Worthington. He says in a very short quote, love to like, to be pleased with, to regard with affection, to be with a word of endearment for the good of the order. Being of this moving mount, Alaska Native Brotherhood was instituted that it would be to establish our law, our rule, our order, our precept, our principle. After instituting establishment, creating a foundation for education, and enacting this for our society, our own system of rules. And then what does he quote as 4 words, Chester Worthington, over 80 years ago? And many of us are descendants of the founding fathers and the founding mothers of this organization. Chester Worthington, who was considered a nobleman and a peacemaker, he says 4 words after that: teaching, education, information, and advice. As I look at this potential change, and as we consider this potential change, I understand the spirit of what she has given. And at this time, I would like to take a moment to say, in looking through the past A&B and A&S program conventions, and looking in the minutes and the rules, I do not see an incident of where anybody was turned away. I see that our people stood strong, stronger than ever in their Tlingit way of mind, in Tlingit law, in Haida and Tsimshian and Southeast law. And I see that they stood proud and they stood strong, and they and others were invited of every religion, every walk of faith, to come into the sisterhood and the brotherhood and to speak what was important to them. I understand that it is saying that there is a time for change. And as we look at this time of change, what is it that we are going to change? It all starts within. It means we double down and we work harder. We attend the meetings. We do the work. This is 100% volunteer, as our ancestors have done. And we do so in the spirit of brotherhood and in the spirit of sisterhood. How we go forward at this moment will define the future generations of what they hear. We should be inclusive. We have been inclusive.
Sister Paulette, are you speaking for the motion or against it?
I am speaking for the motion. My words are to honor the foundation of which we have always stood as a brotherhood and of a sisterhood. And I believe our founding fathers and our founding mothers have done this without the actual words, have done this. And I also believe that we, as we go forward, we should keep that very much in our hearts, in our hearts and in our minds. And I would say my last closing comment is that I am no less of a Native woman, because I am Tlingit, an Alquan woman on Athabascan land, a child of the Kagwantan, and I am also Christian, and I will not deny that at this time or any other time. My cathedral could be within a church. It could be within a synagogue. It is and always will be in the waters. It will be on our land. It is as I go fishing with our brother here, Andrew Roberts and Sitka and others. So I have no conflict in my spirituality, but I stand today to say that the brothers and the sisters have done their best to uphold these principles at each and every convention. And I hope that we will continue to do so as we make this decision today. Gunash Chish.
Thank you. Yeah, Eric. Eric.
Nothing could be further from the truth of what she says. You remember, and I know Dr. Soboloff can back me up, the foundation of the Alaska Native Brotherhood was to forbid Alaska Native language and traditions and culture. So it wasn't until I think late in the 50s that they allowed Native dance in the Alaska Native Brotherhood Convention as a fundraiser because they were needing funds, needing money. So up until that point, and even till today, Alaska Native culture is fighting to get back. And that's the reason why we have language like this.
Thank you. Yeah, Sister Carol, go ahead.
I believe that these principles need to be explicitly stated. I'm call for the question.
Thank you. Yes. All right, who is next down here? Joe, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a very touchy subject we're discussing today. We talked about the ancient bylaws that which we are dealing with. The reason the bylaws are ancient is because we're still here. They survived 100 years. And I think that perhaps that we can best accomplish what is attempted to be accomplished here today. And that is exactly the same with when we accomplished the Land Claim Settlement Act of Clinton-Haida and Settlement Act of 57 or so. By that meaning, take those who are in support of this to create their organization followed by the same footsteps that the Alaska Native Brotherhood is taking, because there's going to be a lot more time generated to keep this above board, a lot more time than this organization has. That's not to diminish the needs. That is to say, it's bigger than us, as was the Land Claim Settlement Act of Clinton-Haida Central Council. So I am speaking against this to have it being part of our bylaws for that reason. Our past grand presidents have spoke in terms of keeping this organization afloat. It is our job to keep it afloat. Okay, it is our job to keep it afloat. And so with that, I believe that we organize an organization to address the issues at hand that we are being discussed this afternoon, then we would be far better, just like Clinton-Haida Central Council Indian Tribes of Alaska is today. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Was that Paul?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be brief. As much as we have to do about the work of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood, when you wake up in the morning, is the first thought on your mind to help your brothers and sisters? It doesn't make any difference whether you're kids, your aunts or uncles, none of that. What is the first thought on your mind? Let me share with you that everyone who wears the beloved colors of A&B and ANS has a single thought that drives them every day, and that is to help, to love, and to sustain our families and our clans in any way possible. I distinctly remember hearing this fella named Dr. Walter Sobolev talk to me about that. And he said, Sasha, and we were talking about religion. You know, he had this thing about religion. And he said to me, when it comes to your beliefs and religions, you better get used to change, because that's what it's about. Change doesn't mean you make enemies or that you raise your voice in contested arguments over philosophies. Change is you still believe that everyone in this room and that's online is your beloved family, your beloved son, your beloved daughter. And I think that's the thing that sometimes gets lost in an exciting emotional time period as this. I'll leave one last thought. We who have the genetic of any Alaska Native blood in us was created that way, not of our choice. We happen to be put here that way. Our moms and dads and their moms and dads did this to us. And the interesting thing is, while we talk about it in English, which is Western thought, we don't think that way. We think with our native brain and our native things that we see and what we hear. When the Ice Age came, not once, twice, and it forced everybody into the canoes, they didn't leave for a stay vacation for 2-3 months. They left for several generations, long before Western contact. And that is the power of our native thought. Trust me, if you wake up loving even the one that questions you the most and providing every avenue for them to do this kind of thing develop. And this is a beautiful, wonderful thing, which you and me and all of us who are involved in this kind of work for our organization, that's what we signed up for. That's what our parents signed up for. That's what our grandparents signed up for. So please get used to giving your native self to bring the good, positive things that could come of it, because love is where it is. In order to love you, to love you, to love you, and even those online, that's where the power begins. And thank you very much for your time. And I speak for the motion.
Thank you. Paul Young.
Mr. Chairman, request for information, Rhonda Butler. My hand has been raised.
What's the information, Rhonda?
It's a request for information.
What's your request?
Mr. Chairman, due to the extent of the importance of this change to our bylaws, typically we'll see a redlined item and a placement in the Constitution. Is it possible to actually have that displayed for us online? As it's been stated, this is something that might even be more of an impact if it's in the preamble. So I'm needing to see a visual within the Constitution and the bylaws where it will be. I know you gave directive to our ANS Grand Executive Paulette Marino as to where the placement would be, but I am requesting that it be displayed for everybody in attendance virtually, where it would be placed in our Constitution, Mr. Chairman. So I can make a
That's fine, Rhonda. Okay, I
sufficient
understand.
vote. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Paul Young.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been a lifelong member of A&B, and I've seen many changes over the years. And we have to move when we see those changes. History has been brutal toward Native people. That's not kind, it was not kind to us. For that reason, I rise in support of this amendment. This statement speaks to the fundamental core of A&B, is what it stands for, and that's why I've been a lifelong member of A&B. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have been on this particular thing for You know what? Hey, everybody's had a chance, and I think you either made up your mind or you didn't make it up your mind. You know what? Pardon? What's that?
Mr. Chair. Point of order. Julia Smith, ANS Camp, has not had an opportunity to speak,
Who
Mr.
has
Chairman.
not?
Point of order.
All right, Andy.
Julia
State your
Smith.
point.
Goodish Chase. This is Juliana from Camp
Let
87.
him speak.
Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Mr. Chairman, I believe as bringing the discussion that we have with some semblance of orders, we have much energy about it, but please focus and allow the chairman the opportunity to be mindful of who, what, and everybody has their chance to say, please. Otherwise, we will fall further away from any vote, yay or nay. And our goal is to take on the issue, talk about it and make our minds up and then move. And we need to do that in an expedient way and allow our chairman to have that insight. Thank you.
Thank you. I got Juliana Smith.
Can everyone hear me?
Not really. You can speak up, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can everyone hear me? Is it a little bit louder?
Yes.
Okay. Our first goal, what our ancestors started, was the anti-discrimination law of the 1945. Now, reading these words in passage, it sounds almost like we are moving forward to address the fact that we welcome Diversity and Equality Act of 2010. Now, the words are pretty much similar. The only concern what was the expression. I mean, we didn't leave any details on what that is, but we have heard the floor. We have heard a lot of support toward it. So I move that we support it. If there needs to be wordage to say we welcome Diversity and Equality Act of 2010, using these words, then that is for it. I mean, we're doing this for our children, as our ancestors did this for us. So we need to move forward and so to make for the next generation. So that's all I'm saying is that I understand what's happening, and I think we need to really embrace the Diversity and Equality Act of 2010 by using these words. Ganesh Jish.
Thank you. Andy.
I'm Andrew Johnson from Edmonds, Washington, Camp 36B. I think I like what I see on the board, but I think it should be gone over a little bit more, and we got to be careful what we say here because this can change a lot of things for us. I think we should add something to it more, like how about being a US citizen? You know, you're just inviting all your enemies here. Just if you're going to go this far, you may as well go all the way. I mean, really look at what we're saying here, and to just quickly vote on something like this is a really big step going here. I feel like sorry, we're just rushing this through too fast. So I'm just recommending a later vote for a later time for this.
I move to table this. It's a policy language, not an administrative directive. So I think it's important. We, as Dr. James from Ketchikan stated, this needs to be in the preamble because it's a policy statement. And I move to table it and ask the executive to work on this for next year.
All right, this takes a precedence to table. We need to call for, pardon? Yeah. we need to call for a vote on it. Pardon? I know it. I'm saying we got to call for a vote. That's what I'm saying. All right. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for the almost 80-minute discussion. I think the move to table by Brother Eric is non-debatable. If he wishes, there may be a second, but other than that, there's no debate on it. You have a vote.
Yep. All right, we needed to call for a vote now. Should that be up on a? Yes, right. You got to vote on it, right? You got to vote on it to table, right? All right. Okay, so we can do it by voice, or we can do it by, we have a motion to table. We can proceed with the vote. Yeah, Dot, go ahead and proceed with the vote, please. Thank you.
Okay, so this is
Vote to table. It's up on the board.
this is Michael from Dots. We've engaged a ballot called Table the Motion. So if you can navigate to your voting platform, we've put that link in the chat again.
Yeah, right.
so
It's a vote to table the motion.
That's correct. Yes. Yeah. So you're looking for
yes.
You're looking for the link that says vote now, table the motion.
Do it on those things there. Yes, go ahead.
A&B Grand Secretary, if we table this motion, it cannot be brought up again. So what are we doing here?
We have no choice. Somebody calls for it right now. Basically, it's got to be voted on.
Okay, but I'm just saying, we table this. We've wasted 80 minutes for nothing, and we're ignoring many important people within this. Thank you.
All right, motion to table a vote, motion. We open up that Dots, yeah. Can we proceed to vote?
So that ballot is open. So once again, navigate to your voting platform. The link is in the chat, and it's also in the email that was sent to you. So just log back in and cast your vote. The link will say vote now, table the motion. So we'll leave that open for a couple minutes. Once again, the support information is in the chat. If you're having any issues, please don't hesitate to reach out. You can chat us. We all have dots in our name.
So by 5 o'clock.
Or you can also you can also email us at credentials@dateonthespot if you're having any issues.
This mine? I saw you. Why didn't you come up with it sooner? 30, 40 minutes ago.
Mr. Chairman, your mic is still on. We can all hear you online discussing this.
You can go vote now, right? Is that what? Can we vote now?
So just once again, this is Michael from Dots. So yeah, the vote is open. So please go ahead and cast your vote. You're just going to navigate to your voting platform. If you're already logged in, you may have to click next vote. But other than that, we've put the link in the chat. And if you're having any problems, please don't hesitate to reach out to us.
And bring back the language to put in.
Go for the vote right now. Right? Yeah. Are we voting on it? Is it open?
Yeah. So I'll bring it back.
Wait, hey, I wanted out of here at 5 o'clock. I said, push like hell for it. That just, Jesus Christ, that's our problem. We beat everything to death.
Majority. Yeah, thank you.
Wow.
What's that?
It's a majority. A majority is required.
Mr. Chairman and everyone on the floor. This is Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. We can hear everything that is being stated. The lack of respect for our organization, the lack of respect for the choice of language. You are our representatives. You are our leaders. Please remember that as you speak or mute yourself.
And just a reminder from Dots, that ballot is still open. We'll leave it open for another minute or so. Please let us know if you're having any issues voting. But we'll leave it open for a bit until directed by the chair to close it up. So please stand by. And once again, this is Dots again. So we've left the vote open for now. Once we're directed by the chair to close it up, we will close that and display the results, but we'll just hold tight until we get confirmation from you. Okay, and we've just gotten confirmation to close. We'll leave it open for another 10 seconds. So 10 seconds to get your vote in, please. We'll be closing up the ballot shortly. And now the ballot is now closed, so please stand by for the results. Thank you very much.
There you go. You're good. Is it on?
As you can tell, we were not able to table the motion, so we will go forward. I think, did somebody call for the question on the ANS? Hold on.
Thank you. Daphne Alby, ANS Grand President. I agree with James Lanos, Brother James Lanos, that I also like the wording. I like the meaning behind it. I absolutely think we should be inclusive. However, this should not be in the bylaws. This should be, whether it is in the preamble or whether we place it in the Constitution. That's where I think it should go. However, there is a procedure for that where it has to be presented for the Constitution 30 days in advance. This one was presented 30 days in advance for the preamble. So unfortunately, it's not eligible to vote on for the Constitution at this convention. However, we can vote on this at the next convention. And I think that if you really want to have these words and this meaning have a stronger voice, it should be in the preamble or Constitution itself and not in the bylaws where it is just procedural. Thank you.
I guess really, yeah, Sasha, go ahead. Give us a way to get out of this, would you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, I was in a separate conversation with a fine young gentleman, and I maybe omitted to hear you say that you were taking it from the table?
Yeah, they did not pass it. So it's back on the.
I'll rephrase the question to you, Mr. Chairman. Did I hear you say?
Right. Well, say it the way it's supposed to be said, then how's that?
Okay, you need to say to take it from the table. And if you did, then only this is taken from the table. No amendments to change it or whatever, only this.
Okay, thank you. You heard the parliamentarian said that right now there are no amendments to this that can be made. It is either yes or no on it. And so if somebody wants to call the question, please do.
Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
Tim?
Amby Grant Secretary, through the chair, a question and clarification to our parliamentarian. So then we can only vote yes or no on this, and it will be part of the bylaws 1.01.01 if voted in. But at next year, we could request that it be re-edited if we put it into the Constitution at that time, correct? Thank you, through the chair.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Okay, since this is recording, I withdraw my request for the request for information to be displayed.
I
will
spoke
place
with
my
the
request.
parliamentarian, and he's indicated to me that I can move this to a committee that can review it and make recommendations to the body at our next convention. And so I'm going to ask because I know that there are people there that want to have the changes, but don't know where they want to put it. I think most people are, it looks to me like they were in favor of it. So I'm going to ask Executive Committee Heather to chair it, and we ask that if let's see, Brother Eric, would you serve on that? And yes, that's fine with me. You can have it. Actually, I have no problem. I'm not arguing with anybody. I just say, you tell me who state your point.
Point of order is that we have been discussing this for a minute, and not only that, but prior to this topic coming up, questions was called. And I want to say, as a grant officer, let alone as a representative that has a vote in this matter, I would like to proceed forward with the vote as it is our right as voting delegates and officers here.
I have to tell you that I asked the parliamentarian and
Point
asked.
of- No, point of order.
Your point of order is taken, and it has been taken to the
Point of order.
parliamentarian as to a way to handle this so that we can get it right. Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did hear question called. That is my opinion, but my question being this, as the A&B and ANS camp who brought this forward, if we were to vote on this today and it were to become a bylaw, would we be eligible to bring it back next year as an amendment or a change and then place it appropriately? My fear as the A&B Camp 49 vice president is that if we do not do this today, we lose momentum, sir, Mr. Chair. We lose momentum, and we are talking about inclusivity. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we should bring it to vote. Thank you.
Sister Carol, you can have the last word.
I agree with Brother Heather, because traditionally what has happened with resolutions that are not dealt with on the floor, if they are sent to the A&B Executive Committee, they die, and we do not want this to die. Thank you.
All right, you heard it. We have all.
Your chair,
Yes.
if questions have been called, I'd like to request a roll call vote, please.
The question has been called. And I got about 3 different people talking to me. What are you saying?
So Brother McCormick has requested a roll call vote. However, we vote with simply voting online.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there is roll call.
We cannot do a roll call on this.
It is a roll call. We look to
Oh,
simply voting
okay.
for
All right. All right. Then the question been called. We ask the yachts to bring it to a vote. Is there any? Yes, Charlene.
So are we putting it in the bylaws or are we putting it into the preamble?
Well, it's going into the bylaws right now, as far as I'm aware. Right now, that was where it was stated. That was where it was setting the motion for the bylaws. Right. Vote's been called.
So sorry, this is Michael from DOTS. We just want to confirm that we're doing a ballot for calling the question. Is that correct? Okay,
Correct.
excellent, excellent. Will just be a moment preparing that. And okay, that ballot is open. So please navigate to your voting platform one more time and cast your vote on call the question. Thank you.
It's not for call the question, it's for the motion.
It's for the motion,
Not the question.
not the question.
It is for the motion itself. Okay, I will end
Correct.
that ballot. Please stand by. Okay, so we now have a ballot open. The ballot is simply titled bylaw change. You'll see the text on screen there now. So if you could please navigate to your voting platform one more time. You're looking for the link that says vote now, bylaw change. Thank you very much.
No, if we can take a 5-minute break, 10 minutes. We're gonna have to work. We don't have time. It's even worse tomorrow. Our agenda's even more packed tomorrow. We're even working through lunch. You have it all? Yeah.
Which one?
2 from Seattle.
Literacy and endowment?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is Dots once again. We've got pretty much the same number of votes as last time almost. We're a couple shy, so we're going to leave it open for another 30 seconds. If there's any issues that you're having, please don't hesitate to reach out to us in the chat, or you can drop us an email. We've posted that information in the chat as well. So we'll leave it open for a little bit longer, and then we'll announce when we're closing it, and then we'll display the results. Thank you very much. And just one further note from Dots, we are going to leave this vote a little open a little longer than expected. Apparently, we just got word that there's a couple of folks just trying to log in, so we'll just stand by and we'll just keep it open until everyone's had a chance to vote. Thanks very much for your patience, everyone. Okay, I think we've got just about everyone in there. We'll leave it for another 15 seconds just to make sure. Again, just make sure to reach out to us if you're having any issues. We can always hold it open for a little bit, but otherwise we will go ahead and close this in a few seconds, and we'll display the results momentarily. I've gotten the all clear, so we're going to go ahead and close this ballot up. And thank you very much, everyone. Please stand by for the result.
Testing. As you can see, the bylaw change has passed. You're not the only one that was right. 80 minutes. You. All right. We are having the is that the resolution are being passed out, and we also need to or distributed. Yeah. And we will be taking a 5-minute recess and getting ourselves ready for the memorial. Thank you. Yeah, can I have your attention? We want to have this memorial now, please. And so we're going to move these tables back a little bit. So all your, what other stuff you want to make sure that it doesn't end up on the floor. So we hope to get this moving fairly quickly so we can get it done. Thank you.
May I have your attention, please? For the memorial service, we need 13 A and B members to help with the candles for the founding fathers and 8 ANS members. So please, if you would go back here by Sister Mary. Thank you.
Could I have your attention, please, brothers and sisters? Those who are using the shuttle back to the hotel, do not fret. He'll be outside. He's out back right now. They won't depart till 6:15. Okay, relax, enjoy the event. We're in good hands. Let's sheesh.
please form two lines. One side for the A and B founding members, the other line for the ANS founding members. For the founding members, it is, and then after the founding members, order by camp.
All right, thank you, brothers and sisters. We call this Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp Memorial Service in Anchorage to order. This memorial is in loving memory of the history of our Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood, past founders, as well as the members that have passed in the past year who have given their time and efforts to this organization. And we are giving them as trying to carry on their thoughts. You know, we thank them for the time that they gave to the Alaska Native Brotherhood. And we want to make sure that we remember them fondly, and that, you know, each and every one of us will consider the support that they gave to us. Thank you very much. Pardon? Christian soldiers marching as to war. With the cross of Jesus going on before. Christ the royal master leads against the foe. Forward into battle, see his banner soar. Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war. With the cross of Jesus going on before. Brother Sasha?
From Revelation, book 22, beginning with the first verse. And he showed me a pure river of water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne of the God and the Lamb. In the middle of the street of it, and on either side of the river, there were a tree of life, which bore 12 manners of fruits, and yielded her fruit every month, and the leaves of the tree were the healing of the nations. And there shall be no more curse, but the throne of God and of the Lamb shall be in it, and his servants shall serve him. And they shall see his face, and his name shall be in their foreheads. And there shall be no night there, and no need, no candle, neither light of sun, for the Lord God gives them light, and they shall reign forever and ever. And he said to me, these things are faithful and true. And the Lord God of the holy prophets sent his angel to show his servants the things which must be shortly be done. For behold, I come quickly. Blessed is he that keeps the sayings and the prophecies of this book. Could we join in prayer? O Creator, you have blessed us with your love once again, knowing that if we open up our minds and our hearts and our spirits, your love will consume us so that we can learn how to love one another. And in this evening at the 110th convention, may we learn how not only to love one another, but how to love even those who have a different idea of how that love should be. Open our hearts, and may those wonderful blessings cover us day and night as you lead us to do this work. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Thank you. Grant Secretary.
Okay. A&B Founding Fathers, George Fields, William Hobson, James C. Johnson, Eli Katnook, Seward Coons, Paul Liberty, Frank Mercer, Marie Orson, Frank Price, Peter Simpson, James Watson, Chester Worthington, Ralph Young.
And the ANS founding mothers, Eva Blake, Louise Bradley, Josephine Yukas, Jessie Reinhardt, Susie Jones, Susie Coudet Feller, Elizabeth Desmond, Tilly Tamery.
Okay.
We
have, Okay.
The book of remembrance.
No. Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right. Sitka A and B Camp 1.
Wrangell ANS Camp 1.
Juneau A and B. Oh, you're okay. Juneau ANS Camp 2.
And do the next one.
Douglas A and B Camp 3.
Okay, Camp 2. I'm sorry, Camp 2, would you please read the names? Yeah.
Catherine Hope. Diana Truly. Lillian Austin.
Sitka ANS Camp 4. They're online. Would they please let us know who they have, if anybody, who passed during the past year? Go ahead.
Wrangell A and B Camp 4.
Okay. Backtracking to Sitka ANS Camp 4. Grace Katas Larson. Is that it? Okay, yeah, you.
Okay. Haynes A and B Camp 5.
Haynes ANS Camp 5. Heidelberg ANS Camp 6. Angoon ANS Camp 7. Cluckwan AN. Okay. Okay. Cluckwan ANS Camp 8. Klawak ANS Camp 9.
Cake A and B Camp 10.
Cake ANS Camp 10. Camp 11. Camp 11 A and B. Camp 11 ANS. You do the same thing.
ANS Camp 12. A and B Camp 12.
Yakutat ANS Camp 13.
Barbara Johnson of Yakutat ANS Camp 13. Okay. Ketchikan A and B Camp 14. Okay. Forgive me, I need to backtrack. Yakutat A and B Camp 13.
Ketchikan ANS Camp 14. Saxman Ketchikan, okay.
Ketchikan A and B Camp 14. Saxman A and B Camp 15.
Saxman ANS Camp 15.
Petersburg, A and B, Camp 16.
Petersburg ANS, Camp 16. Craig ANS, Camp 19. Okay.
Seattle, A and B, Camp 36.
Seattle ANS, Camp 36.
Seattle A&S
Thank
Camp
you.
30 Seattle A&S Camp 36, Carrie Ann Sykes.
Seattle, A and B, Camp 36B. All right. Columbia River, A and B, Camp 49, none.
And Columbia River ANS, Camp 49.
Glacier Valley, A and B, Camp 70.
Glacier Valley ANS, Camp 70.
Glacier Valley ANS Camp 70, Irma Young and Marcy Gilly.
Tenneckee Springs, A and B, Camp 76.
Tenneckee Springs ANS, Camp 76.
Anchorage, A and B, Camp 87.
Anchorage ANS, Camp 87. Is there anybody who we have missed? Thank you for your attention.
You call in vain, my brothers and sisters, for I have gone from this veil of darkness and tears into the beauty and light of our Lord and Maker. No more shall ye hear the sound of my mortal voice, but you shall forever hear the echo in the thunder of the ocean swell, as it proclaims the bounteous grace of God. You shall hear it in the whisper and the spruce and hemlock, as they declare his love and mercy. You shall hear it in the murmur of streams, as they tell of his purity and goodness. You shall hear it in the thunder, as it speaks of his strengths amongst the towering mountains, which tell of his everlasting majesty. The hand of God, through his great love, has given this great land of Alaska to protect and feed us where we live, and be a memorial to our people when we die. We who have gone before, ask that you cherish it and be a friend to all who come to live upon it.
Thank you. Janet, you made a motion, is that what you said? Yes. Pardon? Yeah. Yeah, she's, Janet's made a motion to place the names of the departed into the Book of Remembrance. Yeah, for an unanimous consent. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
We thank all of those who have presented the names of those who have left us. We send love and prayers to each of your communities, to each of your camps. We keep those in our hearts. We thank them for the service they provided.
We have music right now by Sister Janet and Charlene Wolf.
At the cross where I first saw the light, and the burden of my heart rolled away. It was there by faith I received my sight, and now I am happy all the day. Eucharist, Tukakwani Kwasatin, Akutini to our ooze. Akutini to Dakushia, Yaida Atu Kwatsiku.
Thank you, sisters. All right, we'll now have.
We're going to do another song. Another song.
Oh, we have another song by who? Amaya Johnson from Camp 87. Thank you. We'll now have a closing prayer by Sasha Sobloff, our chaplain.
Let us pray. Almighty God, O gracious Creator, who has made us all in your image, take our spirits and wind them around the spirits of our ancestors who are present here today, whose names we mentioned, who just recently joined you. Bless the families who have gone through that season of time when nothing seems to be going right after their loss. Uplift them. And, oh Creator, we ask that you take the hearts of the young people and those wishing to do the work of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood in the bond of love and friendship, and let them feel the message of what it is to be a member of this glorious organization. We thank you for the safe travel mercies of everyone who is here this evening. Bless their families. Bless everyone who has made it possible to journey here to do this work. Keep us uplifted and forever hold us in your hands so that we can continue to feel the spirit of love and the spirit of leadership, no matter what, whether it's in the morning or the evening or in the wee hours of the day when it's only you and us. We ask this in your holy name. Amen.
We now recess till 8 a.m. Thank you very much.
Hello, Mayor Marino Suits. Sergeant at Arms, we do have an announcement. If you have lost a ring, please let us know right away and please describe it. Gunachish. Thank you. Last announcement, if you are going on the shuttle back to the hotel, it leaves at 6:15. And if you'd like to leave your items, we do have a lockable room. It is straight back this way. Thank you.